Championship weekend moving right on down the tracks in the Old North State. We welcome you back to Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum in Winston-Salem, North Carolina on the Wake Forest campus as Kinston and Walkertown are set to do battle. We got the Vikings and the Wolfpack, only room for one to stand tall as the 3A men's champion. With that, we do welcome you back inside along my broadcast partner, Kevin Cantwell. What a story he is. His time at Georgia Tech, certainly here in the state of North Carolina as a head coach and a developer of young men just like this. This, as you know as well as anybody, Coach, is about developing these young men with a lifetime memory.
Yes, it is. And today is going to be a lifetime memory. Win or lose, it's going to be a lifetime memory. But yes, and these kids, it's part of their journey. They're going to have it and see what happens today. But whoever loses, that's okay.
Again, he's Kevin Cantwell, Jason Patterson with you. Thankful you're with us for this ride in the state championship environment. Let's take a look at the players we're keeping an eye on in this one. There are a number of playmakers all over the floor, but you've settled in on Justin Gooding for Kinston as our Riddle and Riddle player to rely on.
Well, they have a whole slew of them, but this kid is a scorer. He puts it up, and they have a whole list of scorers, but he's the leading scorer. Not the leading scorer, but he puts it up a lot.
Going to be a critical performer in this one, Justin Gooding. We keep an eye on for Kinston. You flip over on the Wolfpack side of things for Walkertown. Who do you highlight here, Coach?
Kenny Green, Grady. Now, what's great about him, he scores 14 points a game, but he's shooting 51% from the field. So I want to see how he does that, because he's a driver scorer. 51% is high.
Underscore that, up over 50% from the field. He's our Riddle and Riddle player to rely on in this one. Let's turn our attention to the Ingles food for thought. These are your keys to the game. Walk us through them.
Well, Kingston create turnovers. They press, they hit hard, and they have to share the ball. They have to give it up, share it, and walk it down, stay out of foul trouble, and make shots. They have to make shots. And both teams do today.
Those keys, the name of the game. That's our Ingles food for thought. Ingles, low prices, love the savings. A 3A crown going to be handed down here in just a bit. We got Kinston and Walkertown coming your way next on the Sinclair Family of Networks around the Carolinas. The 3A men's season all coming down to this. Vikings, Wolfpack, Kinston, Walkertown, and the ball is in the air. We are underway. Our broadcast presented by Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers, coming your way from Winston-Salem, North Carolina, the North Carolina High School Athletic Association championship game.
Walkertown is in the zone, 2-1-2.
out. Herring rims out. Boy, look at the length there on the rebound. And finally into the hands of McKendy's. Looks out front, a little stop, and deliver. Rolls off the front of the iron on Wiley, and neither team able to score on their first trip. Ball out of bounds, but last touched by Walkertown. Here's a look at the Kinston starting lineup. Going to be the combo of Kuntz, Chambers, Wiggins, Washington, and Herring on the Tatum and Atkinson starting lineup.
And they're all guards. Washington's really a nice player. They're all guards in a way. They have no inside presence. As you could say, you know, they have nothing. They're going to play it outside. Walkertown's playing zone.
Not their MO, at least, right? Anything on the interior.
No,
you're going to see that on both sides.
They're making adjustments.
Quick takeaway. There's A.J. Durant, one of the juniors at 6'5", the forward, and thinking about stopping and taking one was Rico Daniels, and by the time he restarted, there was a traveling violation in effect. Wiley, McKendy's, Daniels, Grady, and Durant, the starters. Again, all of our starting lineups brought to you by Tatum and Atkinson. Tatum and Atkinson, sponsors of our starting lineups. Injured in a car wreck, call the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. How about the starting unit we just showed you a moment ago there for the other team, Coach?
Very similar. Both teams are very similar in play. This is going to be a game that's going down to the wire. I really do believe that, if you take care of the ball.
You believe these two teams are mirror images of one another in many ways.
Yes. And
there's a look at the head man. Of course, the name familiar, Daniels, Richard Daniels. And then Perry Tyndall, who is calling the shots for this Kinston squad. 21-3, 8-2 in the conference. And for Walkertown, a 20-win club also, 20-8 on the year under Coach Daniels. So these teams well equipped and working their way here. You think about the playoff run for Kinston, regional champ over Martin County, so many good teams. Big win on a big stage to get here. And then obviously for Walkertown, winning against Shelby to make the fourth round for the first time in school history. And well, you know what that means about this is the first time in school history. Walkertown set to inbound now. First point's hard to come by. It's a familiar refrain sometimes in a building like this.
It's going to happen. Probably the first quarter. Nice offense.
Some of those jitters, some of those nerves, some of them just straight adjustments on the length of the floor and the depth perception of the rim. And that is turned aside with force by Chambers.
Good transition defense by Walkertown.
You know, Chambers may think it's football. He's a Marshall football commit. He's in the right colors, right? That green. And the senior has the rejection on the other end. Rising above, but he can't make contact with the rim, and it's Walkertown's.
Very bad selection of shots there.
Well, there's going to be a foul call as Herring was trying to reach in there. Have not yet introduced you to our officials, but they are out of the Southeastern Officials Association in the Fayetteville area. Kevin Williamson, Joshua Owens, and Bryce Spiegel, the trio, handling things in this one. Congratulations to that trio. Again, it is an honor to be selected as an official in one of these state championship games. This is the one they're chosen to work. After putting it on the deck, a little back and forth, and it's in the hands of Herring. Herring's the leader, the junior. He's one of three all-conference players. Herring, Wiggins, Washington. We could really call them the big three if we wanted to, Coach. All of those all-conference performers for the guys in green.
Exactly right. And Washington's a nice player. Nice player. They are not going to just take a three, I'll tell you that. They are very disciplined there.
Keenan Grady is the lone all-conference performer in the starting lineup for Walkertown. Of course, Jordan Autry comes off the bench, and the junior received that honor as well. So just a tremendous player wearing jersey number 10, and on cue, it's in his hands.
It's good defense. Not taking any chances.
McKendy's, and that'll be lost beyond the end line and belongs to Kinston. What are you seeing early from these two as they try to find their scoring and their rhythm?
They're trying to find. It's like practice. They're trying to just figure out, settle in each one.
Just never as easy as it looks or as easy as you planned it out or mapped it out when you rolled off the bus.
The thing about it is, the defenses, two defenses doing that are making it tough.
Yeah, sometimes we say the offenses are struggling when in reality the defenses are making it difficult. Out front, this should be the first points of the contest. It will. A.J. Durant laying them home. The junior will have the first bucket of the game.
Someone missed the assignment there. So this zone is like slowing Kingston down. And Kingston knows right away they're not going to shoot the three automatic. They're very patient, which is good. You need to attack that. You need to go into the gaps. You need to go. You can't. Passing is not going to get done.
Just the one bucket thus far, and the Wolfpack trying to double their pleasure right now. Guess who tried to put it back? That was Durant. His follow won't go. Here comes Kinston again. Nice control for Keyshawn Herring. You know, you talk to the Vikings, they'll tell you Keyshawn Herring is the leader. The junior showing his skill set right there. Again, one of those big three. Genesis Wiggins, Jamarian Washington would complete that trio we're talking about.
It's a solid man-to-man. They're not over-pressuring or anything. They're just playing solid, keep them in front of you, which is tough to do.
Nearly a straight takeaway, and now we get the clenched fist and the whistle of the foul call. Standing by to enter the contest is Jordan Autry. We mentioned he's an all-conference performer. You'll see him in the lineup on the other side of the break. Just a bucket apiece with 3 and change to go in the first.
The broadcast stream of these championship games is brought to you by Tip Top Roofing, Faith Family Roofing.
Original Grills has been giving you a window into the fans who've made the trip to the state championship environment. Here's a look at the Original Grills fan cam. Original Grills, elevate your grill game. These two teams have certainly elevated their game. Vikings and Wolfpack elevating it to the point of making it into the state championship round. And Coach, what have you seen from these two in this first quarter?
Game hasn't started yet. They both, one team's played zone and one plays main man. Here we go.
What a way to say it. And a little touch is there and one opportunity coming. They will gather up around Washington. You said he's a special player, Coach. The junior shows you why right here. Walk us through this.
That's defense. He stole that ball. It was nice. And they've scored 2 baskets have been scored this game, both in transition. You know, the half-court defense is doing great. Kingston's running a man, and Walkertown's doing a zone.
For the Vikings, he's going to the line for a Tatum and Atkinson free throw opportunity.
He is lefty, too.
A southpaw out there, no less. Yeah. And getting the job done. Free throw is good. Just like that, Kinston out front. Breather for Rico Daniels. Candy's back in the mix. Told you going to break, Jordan Autry was out there. He wears jersey number 12. He's going to have to help out right here and won't be able to get there in time as it'll stay this direction. But Autry's a junior guard. He's all conference along with Grady. And he's one of the first off the bench for this Walkertown squad.
Kingston came out and trapped there real quickly, and they almost got a turnover.
There's a look at Autry.
So a different look there. So trying to get a feel for each team right now.
There's one of double-digit subs available on that Walkertown bench. The Wolfpack bench is deep. Speaking of Grady, we'll working around to the far side, and Autry loses the handle. Football pass. Completion is made. How about
right now,
the job by Kuntz right there?
I'll take care of the basketball.
And here Kuntz with his first bucket of the game, both 15s. He and Durant involved early. Fans getting in behind them, and a lower bowl that is filling up here at Lawrence Joel. Speaking of Durant, he weaves right through and answers his counterpart wearing jersey number 15.
That was nice patience. They could have went and took a quick shot. That was very good patience.
I could see you settling in here, Coach. You're seeing these players settle in, and you like what both these teams can bring to the table.
Neither team is what I call jacking up threes. That's a good three. That's a good three.
Well, not only is it a good take of the three, it is a good three in that it's through the hoop. Brennan Chambers getting the job done. That's a Paramount Auto three-pointer. Little stop and go. Autry can't get it to fall. Follows his own shot. Still going for it. And his all-conference teammate was there, Grady. Neither of their shots will go down.
That wasn't a good offensive possession.
Have to get used to these rims, have to get used to the depth perception, length of the floor, all those things we've been talking about. Not taking any getting used to for Washington right now. The junior with another bucket, and it's Kinston with a 12-4 split on the start.
That's what walked down. They broke down defensively. They broke down. He just drove right to the basket. If you get by the front line of his own, you go right to the basket.
Well, a little floater in the lane there was a beautiful finish when all was said and done. And you're right, Coach. Look at the way Washington does that. No real surprise right now what we're seeing in terms of the big three making their mark. Take me inside that Kinston huddle right now. What's the conversation about how well things are going?
I think offensively, they're taking better shots. The last two possessions, the shots were very good.
For the split on the start of our broadcast presented by Riddle Injury Lawyers of the work here in Winston-Salem on Championship Friday in North Carolina.
This is a different look.
Turned aside. That was Chambers again. Scooped up by Grady.
Yeah, be patient.
Grady decided to go coast to coast, but he couldn't finish. Kuntz, plenty of elevation. Pulled down by Durant. Now slowing it up just a little bit.
They're not nervous, that's for sure.
Eric Wiley, the senior. No, these are game faces. Now he stepped out of bounds, but that was the contact by Wiggins that caused that as much as anything, as Grady will give the basketball aside. And Genesis Wiggins was getting ready to inbound it. Got a change coming for Kinston. Jalen Hawkins into the game. Hawkins, a senior, seeing his first action of the state championship environment. Ball inbound to Herring. Tell me about Keyshawn Herring, who has the basketball coming up the floor with it.
Well, 51% from the field is the lead scorer. I want to see how 51% is high. So he's taking good shots.
Now, he tried to lob that inside as a pass, but it was not to be. Speaking of lobbing one inside, this is in Durant's direction, cleaned up by Wiley. Contact there, no whistle as it goes out of the hands of Autry. Back and forth continues, none of which has involved any scoring of late. Final seconds of the first. Rolls off the front of the iron, and it's that 12-4 start for Kinston that stands up after 1 quarter of action. Walkertown and Kinston into it now. One stanza in the books as they battle it out for the 3A men's title. One quarter behind us in the championship game between Kinston and Walkertown. Here's a look at the arthritis knee pain center statistics from the first. What are your takeaways?
Well, I think right away is that they had a couple turnovers. Walkertown had a couple turnovers that really stopped them from scoring when they needed to score. But
well, that ended up being arthritis knee pain center's relief without surgery or opioids. Reminder that they're sponsoring our stats. Points in the Paint brought your way by Ready to Roll Garage Doors, Raleigh's garage door experts, and you can see doubling them up right now, Kinston, when it comes to the Ready to Roll points in the paint.
Walkertown defensively has to get back because they're going to be a transition because Kingston wants to run.
Three from the corner, true. There's Jaden McKendy's again. And here's a key Paramount Auto three-pointer from McKendy's. Paramount Key of Asheville. You can find out more at ParamountAuto.com on each three ball today. We remind you to check out Paramount Auto.
Walkertown has to really tighten up the zone because Kingston doesn't really want to shoot the three. They want to drive the ball to the basket.
As you said, on cue, Washington with the take.
Have to contain that ball. Walkertown has to contain the perimeter.
Washington goes right toward the hoop, and Washington already has 7 in the contest. He's got 7 of the 14 Kinston has scored.
The shot selection is big here.
And there's Autry. A couple of times he tried it, once from distance, once from the interior. He's now in the scorebook. Remember, an all-conference performer in his own right.
They cannot get beat on the perimeter, which is getting beat.
Look who's going to the hoop here. Wiggins. Doesn't matter if it's Washington, Wiggins, Herring. Plenty of confidence for the group in green right now.
It's a little too easy.
16-9 to split. Washington, as we said, was 7. Leading the way.
Dribbling
on this
or
end.
getting more trouble in basketball. dribbling.
It's kind of part of what you have to do to play the game, right, Coach?
You don't. You really don't.
Coach Kevin Cantwell saying you don't really have to dribble it.
Nah,
in this instance, no dribble was necessary. Grady takes it straight up and in.
Well, literally.
Walkertown with a bucket. The lead just 5 now.
I say wasted dribbles. That's
there you
probably
go.
The right.
Extra dribbles, yeah. Unnecessary dribbles. Coach's nightmare. Back out top to Herring. He goes down the lane. Herring with another bucket. You know, Herring with a couple of buckets already in the contest. Wiggins has been there. Washington leading the way. Just impressive what this trio can do. And they're not alone. Surrounding cast members, tremendous as well. We've seen Chambers and Kuntz make their mark. This is a solid group, the Kinston Vikings. Tapped up, tapped into the seats, about 10 rows deep. That'll keep you awake back there. And it comes right back to
now I see
floor.
how Herring shoots 51%. They just take layups. I mean, they're driving the ball right to the basket.
When you're on point blank range, you're going to have that. And Justin Gooding into the contest. He'll come right out top and cover Daniels. Highlighted Gooding out front for you. He's contesting here. It'll be a turn to side possession as Kuntz has it and back into the hands of Gooding just that quick. Here's Herring.
That's just a bad shot.
Everything slowed up to Herring.
You need to pack it back because Kingston does not want to shoot threes.
All right, put that in layman's language for everybody at home.
Well, they shot it there, but initially they don't want to shoot a three. They want to go through. They want to penetrate.
We'll get to it in a moment. It's a Paramount Kia of Asheville three-pointer once again. ParamountAuto.com. Sponsors of those threes, and just like that, Kinston out front 21-11. I ask you to put that in layman's terms, pack the back. Walk everybody through what you're talking about there, Coach.
Got to pack it back because as soon as they're trying to beat you,
yes.
and if they beat you on the perimeter, they're going to get a layup.
You're trying to compensate for that drive to the bucket that we've seen earlier, and the tough part with Kinston is they can do what we just saw there. Trying a three of his own, Autry won't go. The appropriately named to be a sharpshooter from the outside, right? Autry?
Right.
Gotta love a name like that when you're looking for a sharpshooter. He tried to jump that, could not get the basketball. And a drive to the baseline by Chambers. And here comes Autry. Other end. And we got an offensive call. Stepping in, taking the charge, 1-5. Kuntz, and it is headed the other way. This is worth another look.
Yeah. At 4-on-1 break. 4-on-1 break, you never pass the ball. There's 4 guys there.
And it ends up being a player control
Tough
foul
ball.
in the end.
Tough.
Hey, a reminder, we are moments away from halftime. Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report will be coming your way. We'll have a special interview with Q Tucker, Commissioner of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. You'll see more highlights just like the one you saw the replay of there. To go along with it, we'll have the numbers, all that coming your way as part of the Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report. 4 and change left until we get there. Nice aggressive from Durant, and he's able to get back. It's a long 3, back of the iron. Eventually gathered up by Chambers. He's fighting for real estate in there, and it's tapped out to Washington. What a possession this is proving to be for Kinston. Let's talk about second chance points. How about 4th or 5th chance points?
Exactly. It all started out with a missed 3. Just pack it back, depending. If you don't want them to shoot 3s, get out there. Let them shoot 3s, back it up. I don't want them to drive, to be honest with you.
Well, they're driving now.
I don't want them to drive.
Underneath the hoop, but that's going to be a traveling violation. So it'll go the other way.
I would rather see Kingston shoot 3s than drive. I really would.
Take a look at the sharpshooters we've seen in this one. It all shakes out to a 10-point advantage for the Vikings at the moment. Well, you want to stick around. At the conclusion of this game, we will select the Akeem Anastopoulos play of the game. Don't scream, call Akeem. Dial 800 all 7s. Akeem Anastopoulos, sponsors of our play of the game. We will also select a player of the game, brought to you by Riddle and Riddle. When justice counts, Riddle and Riddle, and candidates beginning to emerge for our player of the game. You know, Washington right now for Kinston has 7 to lead all scorers. You got a handful of different players led by Durant who have a bucket or 2 apiece on the Walkertown side of things, but the lead right now steady at double digits with 3:38 to play in the second.
Walkertown really has to watch it right now. They have to watch because they have to stay in this game. They're getting beat on the boards. They're getting beat in turnovers. I mean, they're getting turned over, and at the same time, they're not shooting the ball well. So,
well, I think on
it's
this,
a crucial time right now.
A couple of 3-pointers for Kinston connected on in this game, not to mention the fact that they're shooting 40% overall in the contest, with a lot of that work being done in the paint. So it's been from within and from without for the Vikings. Well, play continues. Kinston fans beside themselves, but we roll on. Little stop pop, and it ends up working beautifully. Nice little teardrop in there to cut it to 21-13. Answer on the other end is going to require free throws as Herring is set to go to the line. Foul on Grady this time around, and for Grady, that's going to be, I believe, let me double check it and make sure, his first personal, and it is.
Transition offense, Kingston wants to go every time they take it and go. And Walkertown has to get back. They're getting beat on transition.
See-through construction free throw.
Have to get back on.
Is a little too deep. All of our free throws in this second quarter brought to you by See-Through Construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. See-Through Construction. Spent some time out on the Outer Banks along the way?
No.
Beautiful part of the state.
Oh, it's beautiful. It's way out there.
It is. You got to make a day trip of it.
It's way out there.
More than a day trip of it, I should say. You got to take some time out there. North Carolina, such a state with vast resources. These players coming your way from all over the state across this championship environment on a long week of championships, and long in a very good way.
Some of a different look now.
Championships in Winston-Salem today. Glad to have you with us on Sinclair stations all across the Carolinas and the Outer Banks and beyond. And saving it in, but right into the hands of Wiggins. Directing a little traffic that time was Washington. He was calling for a little help from Chambers. It'll go into Herring's hands. 22-13 with 2:38 to go. Out of the east. A little too strong. Somehow gets it back and tosses it off to Chambers, who finishes relentlessly.
Washington's a tough play. That was a very good pass, but it was a great move by Washington. He missed it. What an offensive rebound.
He's trying to throw something up is Wiley, and that's going to be a traveling violation. Seen it the other way. And Coach, I go to your point from a moment ago. Wolfpack have to be very careful right here that Kinston doesn't slide away and hide.
They're not offensively. They're not together. They're everybody's go one-on-one a little bit. Have to take their time.
Perry Tyndall and his staff doing a really nice job. Of course, that staff including Tad Parsons, Jackson Fink, Carson Shepard, Tigger Clark, and Danny. Those individuals who've done such a nice job to complete the staff with Perry Tyndall. Again, Tad Parson, Jackson Fink, Carson Shepard, Tigger Clark, and Danny Ford. Just a nice job he's done putting this staff together. And boy, have they responded to them thus far today. Here's a nice look for Walkertown. Boy, good fake of his own for Grady there to create some space to score.
But Kingston, I agree with what Kingston did. A half-court trap, they try to steal it, and that's what you do if you don't get through. You give a layup, but that's all right.
Daniel's squad trying to react, trying to respond. There was what appeared to be a block. They're going to call that a tie-up, and the possession arrow will keep it where it is. Should mention on the inbound here, let's take a look at this.
Quite a big, I thought he got him there. He fell right in the head.
It ended up being a jump ball call. Alternating possession error keeps it here. Kinston to inbound.
I'm not sure what they're in. They go man and then they send.
That kicked out. Wolfpack, by the way, under the direction of Richard Daniels. Of course, his assistants, Mike Grace, Kenny Anderson, you knew a guy by that name, right? Yeah. Kendrick Williams, Gerard Jackson, Jonathan Douglas, Sean Payton, the group of assistants that Coach Daniels has working with him. Takes a whole team to get here. They do a nice job preparing him, and how prepared was he for this? Coots again from underneath.
Defensively, Walkertown, I'm not sure what's going on. They're not man, but it's very loosey-goosey. I'm not sure what it is.
Well, what kind of terminology would you put on it? You got to think about that one for a little bit. Inside the final minute of the first half. First half that has been all Kinston since the scoring finally started in the latter stages of that first period. Nice job to recover there for Wiley.
Good defense. Kingston's really good. They're really good.
And they've shown it on the scoreboard, up 11 at the moment. Walkertown turned aside, blocked by Chambers. Possession preserved. Kuntz and company. Out front it goes, laid home by Washington. Javarian Washington again, one of the three all-conference performers with Herring and Wiggins. Stop, pop, Wiley has a bucket.
Good shot, good make.
10 seconds remaining in the opening half. Three's wide open. The welcome mat was rolled out, but it's too strong. Out of Chambers' hands. Big heave the other way, nothing doing. 28-17 will be the halftime score. How about this first half?
I think Walkerton was really happy with it. They let it down because they really got confused.
They'll be looking to make some adjustments at the intermission. It's coming your way next. The Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report. You're going to hear from Q Tucker, the commissioner of the association. You're also going to see first half highlights, stats, all that coming your way. That's the Heating and Cooling halftime report from Air Experts on the other side of the break.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Well, hey there, everybody. Thank you all so much for tuning in to the State Championship High School Basketball Games. Joining us is our longstanding partner all the way from Ingalls Markets, Miss Melissa Level. Melissa, are you loving these excellent basketball games?
I love it. What a great season it's been, and the best of the best is right here now on television.
Best of the best is right. Now, let's talk about that longstanding and robust partnership between Ingalls and High School Championship Athletics. What all does that entail?
It's just absolutely wonderful to be able to connect with all the schools within our region. You know, we're in 6 states, and so we have Friday Night Lights with football, we do basketball, we have softball, even some Olympic-style sports, and we go all the way up through college, and then of course some minor leagues. But we just love that high school spirit and the fun with that. A lot of those players work with us. A lot of their parents have a shop at our Ingalls, so it's kind of like a big family coming to watch all of them play, right? So we love that.
We'll love it as well. Melissa, as always, thank you for taking the time to speak with us here today.
Thank you.
All righty. Let's get back to the game, folks.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Championship week is always a special time for high school athletics in North Carolina. Joining us now is NCHSAA Commissioner Q Tucker to talk about what this event means for student athletes across the state. Commissioner Tucker, Championship week is finally here. What does this event mean for the student athletes who have worked all season to get to this stage?
All of the teams that are playing this week are regional champions. And so they entered this week as already a champion. And now they're trying to, put that cherry on the top, so to speak, and go home with a state championship.
This year's championships feature 16 games across 8 classifications for both boys and girls. What went into the decision to structure the championships this way?
A couple of years ago, the membership voted to amend our bylaws so that you could have no more than 64 schools in a classification. Now, it would have been very easy to stop at perhaps 6 classes, but at the rate we've been adding new schools, we would very quickly needed the membership to amend the bylaw again so that we could have more than 64 teams in a class, or we'd have to go ahead and have more classes. So the recommendation to our board of directors was that we go ahead and go to 8 classes, and that would give some flexibility in terms of adding new schools.
How does that expanded format create more opportunities for schools and student athletes across the state?
Because we have more schools that are getting into the playoffs than would have ever been in the playoffs, and they're able to make a deeper run. And that's exciting for those schools as well as for those communities.
For many of these athletes, this is the biggest stage they've ever played on. How does the association work with schools to prepare them for moments like this?
They needed to know, where your team will unload and how you get into the arena, what your dressing room situation will be like. Lawrence Joel Coliseum will be the largest arena they have been in for some of them. And so we just try to make sure that all the nuts and bolts are in place for the coaches to be able to share with the athletes.
When the final buzzer sounds on championship weekend, what do you hope every student athlete walks away remembering about this experience?
We want you to play hard. We want you to play to win, but we want you to do that and have fun so that you walk away and you think, we won, it was great, or we were runner-up, but it was great, and I had a great time with my teammates. For some of them, it would be the last time that they put on that high school jersey because they're seniors. So we want them to go away with those memories that will last a lifetime.
Commissioner Tucker, thanks for joining us, and congratulations to all the teams competing this week.
Thank you very much.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Home of the Deacons, Wake Forest University, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, the site of the 2026 North Carolina High School Athletic Association Basketball Championships. We roll on through the 3A men's contest. Kinston started to open up a lead there in the second quarter. Let's show you how as we look back at our highlights from that first half. Coach, Kinston doing it a variety of different ways.
They just want to get to the hoop. They're going to drive the ball right at you. You're going to keep driving it, and they have good players to do it.
Also had a couple of big threes along the way that were timely to mix it up. As we look at the first half highlights, you're also going to notice all three of those guys we highlighted coming in. Herring, Wiggins, Washington, as advertised.
Well, all three of them. And what Walkertown has to do is to stop that from happening. They have to stop it.
Kuntz had 4. He was a factor as well. Chambers had 8. Washington with 9. Wiggins with a bucket. Herring with a couple of baskets in the game, including one of those threes. So we said it, so many different ways they can come at you. But here was some of Autry's good work. Remember, he's the all-conference performer beside Grady on the Walkertown side, and they're going to need a spurt in order to battle back. As we look at the arthritis knee pain center's numbers from the first half, what jumps off the page?
The turnovers right there. They have 9, all right? But field goals, they took about 8 bad shots, so that's a turnover to me. So it's a field goal. Take good shots.
So that number's higher than you even are looking at there in your mind.
Much higher, and defensively they have to contain the ball and get back on transition defense. Have to stop them scoring on the fast break. Have to.
Reminder, arthritis knee pain center, relief without surgery or opioids, bringing you those overall stats. Here are the ready-to-roll points in the paint. Just a separation of 4. A lot of good work done in the interior of this game.
Yeah, because they're going up and down, and it's not an inside play game. It's not going inside. It's going to be rebounds.
Yeah.
Take the ball to the paint. But it's not going to be totally, you're not going to throw the ball inside and score.
It's the transition contest. Yep.
Totally.
And that's what a lot of those points have come from. Again, ready to roll. Call Raleigh's Garage Door Experts today. Those are our ready to roll in the paint numbers. We're ready to roll with the third quarter. And when you come back to Winston, we'll get it started on the other side of the break. Our broadcast brought to you by Riddle & Riddle will continue right after this. For the Walkertown Wolfpack, it has been a memorable year, a year of firsts. First region, First state championship appearance, and the goal, not just be happy to be here, but to win it. They need a spurt in order to do that. And Coach, this team's been known for some. They went on a 7-0 run in the semis to end the first half, went on a 13-0 run to end the third quarter in that game. They're going to need a run somewhat similar to claw right back into this one.
They really have to share the ball more. They really have to pass it around, get it inside like that.
And the trio of brothers, the coaching connection there of memory, and transition was the focus in their run through the playoffs. They need those type of transition buckets. As you see a look at the head man for this group, what a group it has been. They play hard. He talked about how much they deserve it because they're a group that fights to the end. He's going to need them to do that this time around for sure. But he talked so much about how, you know, coaching and this team and in the state, this dynamic team is ready to work, and they're going to have to here. Find themselves down 28-17 as they go to work. This crew looking for a first trip to remember. And, you know, Coach, we talk about the journeys here so many times. Could not be more different. It's a tale of two trips for these two schools. One that journeyed 188 miles and a 3-hour tour in terms of Kinston, and the other 17 minutes away, just 7 miles away for Walkertown. But it all comes down to a championship environment. And here's a straight takeaway by Kuntz, taken right back by Grady, and he'll stop, fire it, won't work, and is pulled down by Wiggins. All right, I always like to ask you at this point, what are your adjustments going into this second half?
Well, you know, Walkertown they made an adjustment. They came out man-to-man. Now they have to contain the ball because these guys on Kingston can drive the ball hard to the basket. They didn't contain it that time.
Well, did you say something about driving it well to the basket?
No.
Guess who just did? There's a look at Herring again. Lily Groves. Here come the guys in green one more time. Kuntz. A little too strong. Rebound, McKendy's. Walkertown, beneficiary of a couple of missed shots there. Let's see if they can string something together. What would it take in your mind for this Walkertown squad to take a bite out of this advantage here in the third?
I'd like I said, share the ball, get the ball inside a little, and not go one-on-one so much. And then somehow or another, I'm more for them to get back in the zone because I don't know if they can cover these guys.
You like the zone?
Yeah, because they can get to the basket too easy. But I'm not sure. I have to see them play man-to-man more.
Starts with the scoring. Can they do that here as Rico Daniels triggers?
They only have 17 points, so
Durant.
It's scoring.
They're trying to do now. Basketball in hand for the Wolfpack. Contact, couple shots coming. It's going to be your first Tatum and Atkinson free throws of the third quarter. Injured in a car wreck. Call the heavy hitters at Tatum and Atkinson. Here's how he worked his way to the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line.
He does a good job getting to the hole. He really does. But he needs to go down there sometime and kick out, pass the ball back.
A little traffic being directed by Rico Daniels. Wolfpack to this point in the contest have not had this opportunity. That's the first free throw shot by Walkertown, and it goes through the hoop. The Tatum and Atkinson free throw kind. Those opportunities have just been few and far between. Well, non-existent until just a moment ago, if we want to be accurate. Both of them are true.
He shoots 63% from the field. Rico Daniels.
Just like to see him get as close to the basket as possible. That runs those percentages higher, and that's well off the mark. And will be Walkertown basketball. So here you go. They get it now in a position where they can make it single digits.
And Kingston hasn't done that all night. Pass one time and take a three. That's the first time they did it. That was one pass and a three.
One of the reasons that lead was built the way it
is.
It's bounced off of Wiley. Somehow it all pinballs around and ends up in his grasp again. Wiley goes to work. And he is anticipated and turned aside by Brennan Chambers. Chambers, a senior, we told you early on, he's a Marshall football commit. He plays with a physical approach, and boy, was he timely here with that block. He'll play for the Thundering Herd. He won't have to change his wardrobe, will he, Coach?
No, he won't. What position do you think?
Be able to keep a lot of green in it.
What position football do you think?
Oh, what do you think? How do you size him up?
Not sure.
versatile type athlete. Have plenty of options about how to utilize him.
He's not a lineman.
Same's true with Kuntz. Take a look at this. He lays it home, and timeout called for on the backside as that lead is at 32-19 with 5:16 to play in the third. Kinston just keeps coming at you.
They keep coming. And they've been tested. They've been tested this year, so, and they're a high-octane team. They just keep going at you.
Well, you saw a nice play there, one of the many play of the game candidates. We will have the Akeem and Astapulo play of the game. Don't stream, call Akeem, dial 800 all sevens. The reminder from Akeem and Astapulo, sponsor of our play of the game, coming your way at the conclusion of this contest. Fans into it, everybody making sure they communicate expectations for these two teams. Again, just under 200 miles and a 3-hour tour for Kinston. The Vikings have embraced the journey well. 21-3 for Perry Tyndall's squad. Told you about his assistants, all of his staff. Of course, the trainer, Crystal Bryant, video, Daniel Torres, special analyst, Drew Tyndall, handling hydration, scorekeeper, Wande Jenkins. So many make experiences like this possible. How about that kept alive? What a job done underneath by Daniels.
That goes down as a rebound.
Daniels kept it alive, but no points on the end, and then a little bit of a miscommunication on the break.
That's a rebound when he's laying on the ground. That's a rebound.
One of the harder ones to get. It's got to work its way through everybody else.
Now, they have to really pass the ball. He went one-on-one. They have to, or they're going to, this score could get out of hand.
Important for Walkertown, these opportunities after a turnover. Remember, 7 miles, 17 minutes for Walkertown right here in the area. In fact, their band was playing the Demon Deacon fight song a little bit ago. So familiar with this area. Winston, the Triad. Happy to have you with us from here in Winston. Rising above and just kind of laying it home. Boy, you saw the elevation from Keyshawn Herring there, though. The junior, impressive.
Got to get back.
3 on the other end, won't go.
Here we go.
Pulled down by Wiggins. Taken back, Autry. And Autry going to be whistled for the travel as when he went up, Chambers timed it beautifully and left him right in no man's land.
Walkertown's not playing high percentage offensive basketball. They're taking really tough shots. Sharing the ball hard.
Walkertown, I'll go back to it, the 7-0 run, the 13-0 run, the 2 spurts that propelled them to the state championship environment. They're going to need something similar, if not greater than that, to make this one tight down the stretch. It is 34-19 now with 4:10 to play. And some candidates already emerging for our player of the game, Coach. You got 9 for Herring, 9 for Washington. That's 2/3 of that trio we were talking about. Candidates for our Riddle and Riddle player of the game. Riddle and Riddle when justice counts. Riddle and Riddle, sponsors of our player of the game.
That's really a nice backcourt. High school backcourt, the 2 right there you just talked about, that's a beautiful backcourt.
Well, and
when you had Herring and Washington, that's nice. That's like a good college backcourt, to be honest with you.
And then you had Genesis Wiggins in there too.
That's another one.
Think about what Chambers has done today. Kuntz is a nice addition. Gooding, who we talked about a little bit, off the bench among others. We saw Hawkins for a period of time earlier. Yeah, it's a wealth of individuals that can make their mark.
Yeah, they go deep. It's a little trap, but someone's.
Got 5 different players having scored in this contest today through the Vikings. What a move to lay it home.
Kingston's doing whatever they want to do.
That's Washington. He's part of the reason.
Yeah, they're doing whatever they want to do.
Washington with 11. He's the first to double figures. Answer on the other end from Grady. Grady trying to will his group back now.
Transition, good.
And Grady with the takeaway, but it's back into the hands of Chambers, who finishes with the bucket. Boy, just when it looked like Grady had done something positive on both ends of the floor, Chambers right where he needed to be. Yeah, Coach. Herring 9, Washington 9, Chambers 8, Wiggins a bucket. That was last check. Washington now 11. Chambers now 10. It just updated. And here's Grady. He's the last 2 trips been the go-to guy for Walkertown. But the gap grows further as
Good
another
pass.
one is laid home by Kuntz. And you said it, that was created beautifully.
Yeah, the players are in the right position. They spread out. Hard to defend. Hard to defend.
Looking out front to Herring. Has a teammate there. Jammed home by Genesis Wiggins. Kinston making a run of their own.
You can't run with these guys.
And a whistle staying what looked as if it was shaping up to be perhaps another fast break. One right after another from the Vikings of Kinston. And they're cruising now, 42-23 the advantage as we break away from Winston. Much more of our coverage of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association Championships coming your way, brought your way by Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers. After this message. What a day to be enjoying a state championship moment and memory, perhaps one of the earliest memories. Brought your way on the Original Grills Fan Cam. Elevate your grill game. That's Original Grills, sponsors of our Fan Cam throughout the course of this North Carolina High School Athletic Association Championship Week. And it's stretched out to a championship week now. You got the 8 classifications. You got a men's and a women's championship on both sides. So if you're a basketball fan, settle in to Winston-Salem for the week and just enjoy rapid fire championships coming your direction. It's been our pleasure to bring them to you from Sinclair Broadcasting as a part of our hoops packages around the country. We're showing these across the Carolinas, and they're brought to you by Riddle & Riddle. What a joy. Coach, Walkertown not going away. This is a team you know going to fight you right down to the wire, but they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, they
here.
do, because Kingston's getting good shots. You know, they're high percentage shots.
Chased down by Kinston's
They stop.
Chambers into the hands of Washington now. Washington, Wiggins, Herring, we've talked about them throughout. That trio, the all-conference performers. You had Chambers to it. Kuntz has been good. Cutting in off the bench has made his presence known from time to time. Did we say Kuntz has been good? There's the junior again.
That's sharing the basketball. That's really nice basketball.
Kuntz becomes the 3rd in double figures. He joins Washington and Chambers in that category. Then you talk about the 7 boards that Wiggins has pulled down in addition to his buckets in this game. It's been everybody a contributor. Of course, Washington's been there. He leads the way. Give him 13 in the contest. Stop and fire away for Wiley, too strong. Out front, Herring elevates. One more coming as he'll look for 3 the old-fashioned way.
The game got out of hand. I mean, this.
On the doorstep of a half 100 now with this spurt. Herring and company coming to life.
Walkertown is elected just to run with them and just run up and down with them. And that's not going to work.
Herring with 11. Washington with 11. Chambers with 10. We talked about Wiggins with the 7 boards. By the way, Chambers 10 boards, 10 points. He's got the double-double out of the crowd right now. Here is Herring to the line. And his double-figure total rises by 1 as he knocks in the free throw. The Tatum and Atkinson free throw is true. Walkertown in some trouble now. Kinston, group that made their punch word coming into this championship environment, as this is laid home by Grady. Boy, Grady putting together a valiant effort here. He's in double digits. He's the only player in double digits on the Walkertown side. He's given full effort tonight, Coach.
Yeah, he has. Yeah.
Keenan Grady, the senior. The mantra, grateful. Grateful for the opportunity. Grateful for the skill set. Grateful for the chance to play in this environment, and they are showing it. Washington with another, and boy, are they grateful he's wearing those colors in Kinston green. What did Coach Dindal say? So many blessings in life, taking part of days like this. I loved what he said. He said being a part of these young men's lives as important as anything that happens out on the court. And it makes its hay, it experiences its joy in these moments when you can put a third quarter together like they just did, Coach.
Oh, yeah, and I totally agree with what he said. It really does. It's much more than that.
On the floor, it resulted in a 23-12 clip as they outscored Walkertown in the third to pull away and take command of the basketball game as they pursue a 3A crown. One more glance in this one at the stats through 3 quarters, brought to you by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Relief without surgery or opioids. Coach, there are the numbers. Let's go ahead and show you the ready-to-roll garage doors, points in the paint as well through 3 quarters. Brought to you by Raleigh's Garage Door Experts. Ready-to-roll garage doors. You see the 42-20 split there, and both those numbers kind of speak for themselves.
Yeah, turnovers and rebounds really hurt. They didn't take bad shots.
Looking to lob one to the interior. That's just out of Chambers' reach. 4th quarter underway. Coach Perry Tyndall told his squad, this is as far as you can go in a basketball season. Be your best here. That's exactly what his team is doing right now. They lead at 53-27 as we wade into the 4th quarter. He said he's so proud of what they've become and how they've handled it, how they believe in one another. Of course, the football team had a tremendous run, as you might remember. He said it became contagious on campus. This kind of play is contagious. That was a snapshot of beauty.
What a heck of a shot.
Remarkable exclamation point in many ways on what that 3rd quarter was to start the 4th here. But isn't that true what happens on so many of these campuses, Coach? You see a football team win a championship, play for a championship, all of a sudden the coaches get to talking, the athletes, some of them cross over, the ones that don't get to talking, and everybody suddenly starts to win.
They understand what winning is. Yeah, somebody can win it. They can win where they are.
Kinston cruising toward doing just that on the basketball side here. And speaking of Coach Tindall, he wants to take a timeout here and call his Vikings over. He talked so much about how much this community has loved basketball over the years. You know of the talent that's come out of Kinston, the NBA ranks and beyond, and they've provided it over the years. They, with this group, have written the latest chapter. Who can forget the journey to this point?
I faced many of those. You got Stackhouse. You have Maxwell, Cedric Maxwell.
You know a little bit about it, don't you?
I know all of them.
Come from that area. They love their basketball, and this is the group writing the latest chapter. Of course, they withstood the late run from Martin County to make it happen. The one thing he talks about with this team, we haven't talked about a lot yet, but we should. He talked about player-led accountability in that locker room. That's something you don't hear. It's something you don't hear a lot of.
You can tell that the way they play with.
Player-led accountability. You've seen it here.
Ooh.
Boy, tripped up from behind there into the contest was Braylon Lowe, the sophomore guard.
I was just talking about the backcourt with Washington. Those three, you brought the other. Those three players, that's a heck of a backcourt. In the state, I can see 3 high school players like that.
Yeah, match it.
Good.
Match it somewhere, right?
They are really good. They got to be players. Be college players, too.
Talked about the big 3 coming into this. And they have become the big green machine for the Vikings of Kinston. The ships have sailed today, that's for sure. And they lead at 55-29. What is it they talk about in history? The Viking heaven, Valhalla. They're certainly living in it on this day. It has been something else what we've seen from this Kinston squad. Walkertown still fighting, but everything on that end of the floor is answered by something on this end of the floor.
They can't stop them.
And it's Washington again. 3 won't go, and a second look. Here comes a third. Nice job hanging in there and putting that back up. That was Brandon Lowe, the sophomore again. He's got a bright future, and he comes away with a takeaway here. He's given every bit of effort. Altree, he'll go to the line. He's fouled with 5:56 to play.
That turnover half-court was one of the first ones they've done where he just dribbled into it. They've been very smart about what they were doing. That was the first one. Get a little tired there, I guess.
Jordan Autry, the all-conference performer for nearby Walkertown, to the charity stripe for the see-through construction free throw. First one is good. See-through construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. See-through construction.
Yeah, I would like to take Wiggins, Washington, and Herring. Take all 3 of them and make a college team out of it.
Keyshawn Herring, Genesis Wiggins, Shamarian Washington. You know, and then, by the way, as we said, Chambers today with double figures and a double-double as he's got double-digit rebounds, double-digit points. He's turned it into a quartet of leadership for Kinston.
This is well coached. They pulled it back out.
And Coach Tindall, he's coaching as if it's a one-point game in the fourth, isn't he? You see him on that far side. I go back to what he said. We were talking about it earlier. And you see it in the way his team plays. Snapshots like this from Washington. He said, so many blessings in life, the greatest of which is to be able to share in these young men's lives through the game of basketball. What a perspective about what it's really all about. And his team answering the bell. Wiggins again, everybody involved as they've eclipsed 60 and pulled away here in the state title game.
Well, I tell you what, they have 3 nice guards, and they go to the back, and they're smart players, they play hard. They're basketball players, let's put it that way. They're college players.
talked about the expectations being high and playing your best, and that's exactly what they've done. What a year for Walkertown. We pause for just a moment before we get to the deepest stages of this fourth quarter and say, 20 wins along the way for Coach Daniels and company, what they did to work close to home in a state championship environment. Overmatched today, as the scoreboard will tell you, but this is a team that's put together a tremendous year.
Oh, they have to be proud. You have to take this game the way it's turned out. Leave it alone. They had a great year. Great year. You have to have time to prepare to play these teams. You have to have 2 to 3, 4. You have to know the team to prepare. Because this team's better than your team, but you can beat them if you prepare for them. You have to have time to do that. So you can't do that in this game.
You're in a big tournament run, and making it from one game to the next. And you said it, when you get to this East-West game, so many times you see those East finals and West finals being so highly competitive and right down to the wire and highly contested and great energy and all. And you see that because these teams are familiar with one another because they battle it out across the course of the year. You made a point earlier in one of the women's games we were watching that these teams have a short period of time to figure one another out. The scouting report, not what it was when you were lining up against the Duke Blue Devils or the North Carolina Tar Heels in your ACC days.
Hey, listen, in college, we know everything, opposing plays. We know what they're eating. We know everything.
Just about execution at that point. Here you're figuring it out to some degree as you go. And boy, the team in green has figured it out today. Little stop and drop one. Nicely done. McCandy's with a bucket. McCandy's 5 points in this one alongside those 14 from Grady, the 2 top scorers on the Walkertown side of things. That's the first time I think we've seen the Vikings take a breath with the basketball in their hands.
They spread it out. He's going one-on-one.
Hasn't happened a lot today. And the foul on Lowe, the sophomore.
Yeah, it's too bad for Walkertown, but they have to be proud of what they did.
Yeah, been a great year.
You have to leave this, and it's hard though.
And I don't know too many that could have lined up against this trio from Kinston today in the 3A ranks and had success. Wiggins to the line. He'll shoot the see-through construction free throws. And has the first one rim out. See-through construction, reminder, they're your contractor of choice on the OBX. See-through construction. Kinston. Incredibly impressive basketball team with high expectations and high flying skills. Out front 63-37 now. Or 62, I should say, 37. That's a nice shot.
He's a good player.
Beautifully executed by Rico Daniels up top. But it's just negated on the other end by Coots. And that was the story early. Every time Walkertown would do something positive, Kinston had an answer.
They couldn't stop him, right?
Rico Daniels was driving toward the bucket again. Whistle and a foul call. We'll sort it out on the other side of the break. 4 to play in the championship battle between the Vikings and the Wolfpack. Kinston forging toward a title. The Kinston players at the press conferences this past week, asked to describe their mentality, said, well, we play with it. If we stay together, nobody can stop us mentality. Certainly haven't been stopped today. They have played together to the tune of 64 points on the board here in the fourth quarter. And Coach, they find themselves just under 4 minutes away from a state championship. This is a special group. You think about the junior Herring, the junior Washington, obviously Wiggins and Chambers are the seniors in that starting lineup, and the third junior Kuntz that makes that core of this unit. You could throw Gooding in there, the junior, Garner off the bench, also a junior, Hawkins, who's a senior, we've seen from time to time today. It's just a deep, deep squad with a great deal of confidence in one another.
And the big thing is they share the ball, so everybody gets a chance to score and do their thing. And that's really important in basketball. You have to let everybody feel good. And so and I take my hat off to them. They're a very well-coached team.
Walkertown will have Rico Daniels at the line. Remember, he was fouled just before the break, and with 3:56 to play, he's going to try to work to that 40 threshold. He'll do so.
He's a good player.
You've been impressed with him today.
Yes, I have it. It's sometimes, he's trying to take it one-on-one, but skill-wise, he's a very good player.
Well, he certainly was good on that see-through construction free throw. In fact, he's good on both of them. This Walkertown team, a perfect 6 for 6 from the charity stripe, just as those numbers tell you, haven't been there a lot. Hey, he's still got skills. Coach Tyndall was ready to go on that bench for the Vikings. He's staying alert over there. Boy, what a job he's done with his team. And with the right spirit, he talks about the blessings and the challenges and what happens off the court being more important than what happens on the court. All the pieces are there for this Vikings squad. And a foul call right down underneath the bucket with 3:38 to play. It's going to be a Chambers. Third foul on Chambers there. And that's a team fourth. 3 fouls on Chambers, 3 fouls on Wiggins, 2 on Washington. When you're tracking foul issues here in the fourth, it's of little consequence, you would think, right now to the outcome, as Kinston is trending on toward a title. Walkertown giving you every bit of fight you would expect out of them down to the wire. And Grady, who just knocked home his 15th point of the day, has been special for the Wolfpack. Handed off underneath, blocked by Lowe. But relentless effort has been the story for the Vikings.
That's a heck of a possession. That's a lot of good hands right there, because the hands got that thing going.
How many times was it disrupted?
Well, here we go, one.
Before Herring finishes it. That was his drive through, and he goes to the line for an and-one chance.
They have not taken many jump shots. Most of them have been drive to the baskets.
Well, that'll help you shoot 58% from the floor, won't it? That's
Exactly
what they have done today. 29 of 50 from the field. And the see-through construction free throw there as well.
And they've only taken, what, 8 3-points?
8 threes.
Yeah, it's only they're taking 8.
Connected on 2 of them.
Yeah, so it's tremendous.
Back of the iron won't fall into the hands of Genesis Wiggins. You think about the genesis of this squad, and it comes down to the group that we've talked so much about, a quartet today on the floor leading the way. And I go back to, if folks weren't with us when we talked a little bit about it at the end of the third quarter, the upperclassmen being the leaders in the locker room, receiving praise from their coaching staff for doing so. It's a big piece of the puzzle.
Yes, it is. It really is.
3 and change to go. I know from a coach's perspective, and you've been there many times, it has to be nice when you can look up at the scoreboard and see enough separation that you aren't pulling your hair out en route to that championship moment.
There's usually not a lot of those days. I mean, a 10-point game, I'm doing it.
It has to be like this.
There's very few times you have games like this.
67-42 as Kinston has flexed its muscles in this state championship environment. Plenty to be proud of for Walkertown, as we said. What a year they put together, and they continue to battle right down to the wire here. But the guys wearing that trademark Kinston green, looking to do what football has done, looking to do what basketball has done so often historically. And Kuntz etches another bucket onto his scorebook section today, and he continues to write the latest chapter for this Vikings athletic history.
Chambers, wide receiver.
You figured it out.
I can't figure out another position. I'm trying to figure out positions here.
Coming back into the game, Durant.
Linebacker, that's for sure.
Durant for Walkertown. You know, you're going to give your seat away to a linebacker here in just a minute.
Oh,
the old Tar Heel linebacker coming our way. I'll tell him you said so. There's Kevin Cantwell with us. Long time basketball lifer, you might say. How about this? Laid home by Washington. Been a pleasure to walk alongside you in these if I don't get a chance to say it again before we're done. Always a joy in the journey when we get to do this together.
Same here. Same here. Thank you very much.
Of course, you notice that accent. It's a trademark. He was at Georgia Tech for years, head man at App State and beyond here in the state of North Carolina. And take some time out of the busy schedule to make sure he's a part of these high school championship environments each year. It's a pleasure to have Kevin Cantwell with us. We got a player down here with 1:50 to go. And the last thing you want to see in this game, which is
Chambers
come this direction, would be anybody to be shaken up in these moments.
There's cramps.
They're tending to it. You hope that's all it is. I'm saying from your mouth to God's ears right now in terms of you hope there's nothing more there for any of these players in this contest after putting together such tremendous years.
You could tell by the way they're rubbing his legs.
Yep. Doesn't make it feel any better at the moment, but he's going to be okay. They bring him to his feet in a nice hand. For Washington, it's Shamarian Washington, the injured Kinston Viking. 1:50 left to play. We remind you, one more contest left to play. A little bit later this evening, we kind of alluded to it a moment ago that there's another coming. You'll see Reedsville and Salisbury, the Rams and the Hornets, going to collide for the 4A men's championship at the conclusion of this one. So this Friday, winding on toward closure. I tell you, Coach, if you're a basketball lover, the way these things spread out now with the 8 classifications and the 2 championships on each side, pitch a tent in Winston-Salem and you're going to enjoy yourself, right?
You're going to have a whole week of it.
1:50 to play. What are your takeaways from this one?
Well, I just think the Kingston's, they're a very, very good basketball team. And if you have good guards, you're even extra better, you know?
And you saw, and this is what you've done for a living for a lifetime, is spot young talent, develop it, grow it, and turn it into lifetime professional talent. You see a lot of potential in that camp on this floor.
Yeah, I see a college player
and how about a championship moment for this young man? Keyshawn Kenner adds his name to the group scoring in a championship environment. And you know what makes that even sweeter for the Vikings? He's a senior on the floor in the state championship environment. He and Hawkins, the 2 seniors off the bench, and he has a moment to remember.
You'll have it for the rest of his life.
With 1 minute to play, there's a bucket for Justin Gooding. We showed you Gooding, the junior, early in this one. And he's going to go to the line for one more. How about this, Coach?
Unbelievable.
Everybody a contributor for the Kinston Vikings. There's a see-through construction free throw coming. And here's the moment they've waited for, Coach. They call for the starters. They call for the seniors, even Kenner over there, after his big bucket a moment ago, and they receive a nice ovation from the community. Now, that's nothing like what's going to happen when they get off the bus back home, right?
No.
The trophy's coming with them in about a minute.
Rico Daniels is a nice player. He has a nice pull-up jump shot.
And still battling, just what you would want. Wolfpack fans should be proud. 3 from the corner will not go. That was an effort for Jaden Herring to get involved. That hangs on the rim. It's somewhat symbolic of what the evening has been for Walkertown. But they'll make the short trip back up the road. They'll regroup, be grateful for what these seniors like Wiley and Grady have done, and be ready to make the latest run another time in another place. There's something about always that first team that gets you there. They may not always be the team that closes the deal, but they're the team that always lays the foundation.
You're exactly right.
And And Walkertown can be proud of this group for that.
Well, they have to be proud. Well, today maybe not. They're proud, but after today they'll be proud.
What this group has done, tremendous. And that is Grady knocking it home.
Grady's put up some good numbers. He's done a good job there.
Grady with 16 points, and he's pulled down 9 boards. One more rebound here in the closing seconds, and he could be a double-double performer. 17 for Grady.
Shot the ball at a high percentage.
He gave you everything you wanted today.
Oh my gosh.
Well, the water's parted.
The defender went the wrong way.
To allow the sophomore Jaden Herring to lay it home. Elijah Garner in the game. A number of these players getting to be a part of it. There's Brown. J.B.O. Brown, the sophomore. I'm going to call a tie-up. Also into the contest, John Terrion Cobb, another of the sophomores. So everybody for Kinston, the value of a game like this is getting to have valuable moments when it comes to the state championship environment.
They were a team, you know, I wrote down before the game, starting 5 all capable of scoring. That happened.
Well,
and the depth is tremendous.
They've done it. And just moments ago, Coach Forbes walking by us here, the head coach of the Demon Deacons. He's wanting to get an eye on some of this talent as we speak as well. There's the final horn. And the Kinston Vikings have completed an impressive championship run. 80 on the board. And Coach Perry Tyndall and company going to carry the title back down the road east of here with a year to remember. What an afternoon turned evening for Kinston. Vikings, everything you would expect them to be in this one, Coach.
Yeah, they were good. They were really good. They came in, they represented the school really well.
Herring with 21, Washington with 21, Kuntz with 14, Chambers with 10, a full quartet in double figures in this one. We'll come back, have the trophy presentation, get set to wrap up this 3A men's title contest. It's the Kinston Vikings. They'll reign in 3A in the Old North State. We'll come back, have all the superlatives for you on the other side of the break. A dominant and impressive performance by Kinston as the Vikings claim the crown, latest chapter in the strong athletic history of one of the great schools in the state. And Coach Perry Tyndall joins us now. Coach, first of all, congratulations. You talked about what a blessing it has been to coach these young men, and what happens off the floor being just as important as what happened on it makes this all the more special.
It does. You know, a lot of people don't know the journey this team's been on this year, and it hasn't always been easy. There's been a lot of bumps in the road and a lot of critique, criticism, and this group has just grown. I think in the last 3 weeks we've grown up a whole lot. And when you see a team kind of have those tough moments, but then find a way to kind of get it all together and do it together, do it with defense, do it with things we've been preaching. You just are super proud of your group when they get to this point, and they put it all together.
You told them you can't go any further than this, be your best. They were.
You know, Coach, you came out. You don't shoot the three. Do you really go after just taking the ball to the basket?
Well, that was one of our keys was attack. We had to attack.
Yeah.
We felt like, in attacking, you'll get threes you want. We hit a couple early, but, in this game, we just felt like we had to get in the paint.
Good job.
With paint touches, good things would happen. And then I think late we were able to start running a little bit and get out in transition.
Right, it was all transition.
Yep.
You only took 9 of the whole game, but and you had 3 college-type guards, man. They play, man.
Our guards have led us all year.
I mean, they're nice players.
Oh, they're tough. They're tough kids, and we've got role guys just stepping in there, and just so happy for this group, man. We told them they were 32 minutes away from a lifetime memory, and they've got it. And they've got something etched in Kinston history that nobody can ever take away.
I want to tell you, you're a very good coach because you share the ball. You have good players sharing the ball, and defensively you keep the ball. You do a great job keeping the ball in front of you, man.
I have a great coaching staff with me and players that love this game and love representing for Kinston, and it's not me, it's all those people over there on that sideline.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you, guys.
Coach, you have written the latest chapter in the athletic history at your place. Our last question for you, what's going to be your memory and your takeaway from this group?
This is a championship unlike any of the other ones. This group did it the hard way, and I think the lessons they learned this year are going to go with them a lifetime.
Congratulations, Coach.
Thank you, guys.
Enjoy it.
Thanks,
What a
man.
ride
Thank
for
you.
his group, that's for sure. They, as he said, did it through some difficulty and did things, from his words, the right way, and that's going to make it all that more sweeter as he now joins his team for this celebration. And, Coach, you can tell in visiting with him and in these moments that you're talking to a great basketball mind, but you're also talking to one of the great gentlemen in this game who understands what he's trying to do with these young men on and off the floor.
You know, people don't realize coaching is about teaching the tools of life. That's what it is. And then the kids come back to you, and that's what he's talking about. And so you take ball. And if you're teaching the tools of life, the kids start respecting you. If you're just going to teach basketball, they're going to respect you very well.
That's where the lifetime relationship comes in.
Yep.
Congratulations to a well-deserved champion. All right, we've got some of the superlatives to send your way, and boy, were they hard to choose from on this day. The folks in the truck with some difficult decisions. Here's our play of the game, one of what could have been many. It is the Akeem Anastapulo play of the game.
Excellent
There
pass.
was the jam. Kind of served as an exclamation point when they were making that
Yes,
run.
exactly. Nice play.
One more time. That's our Akeem Anastapulo play of the game as it was jammed home by Wiggins, one of those trio we talked about. Medals being handed out as we speak. Of course, that was our Akeem Anastapulo play of the game. We turn attention now to our player of the game. And Brendan Chambers put together a double-double. Had the 10 points and 13 boards, Coach. I'll say it again. 13 boards to become our Riddle and Riddle play of the game. And you see some of those rejections as well. The blocks were there. The steal game was there. Chambers did a little bit of everything for this group. And not only that, but amidst of all those juniors, he and Wiggins are the senior leaders.
And his high school career is over. He's going to play football from now on.
He's headed to Marshall as a football commit, as we told you earlier. Doesn't even have to change the wardrobe. Going to be plenty of green in it moving forward. And he certainly got the green light today in terms of the W that his team put together. Well, we've done it for you each championship game. It's worth doing again. Keyshawn Herring, Genesis Wiggins, Jamarian Washington, Brendan Chambers, Jair Kuntz, Justin Gooding, Elijah Garner, Jalen Hawkins, Jaden Herring, DeJabriel Brown, John Terrion Cobb, Keyshawn Kenner. That's the entire roster for this Kinston team. You're hearing their names called as we speak. And Coach gave a nod to his coaching staff. Tad Parson, Jackson Fink, Carson Shepard, Tigger Clark, Danny Florick. This group and what they have done, just remarkable today, and everybody involved in it. You give Crystal Bryant, the trainer, the video people, Yaniel Torres, special analyst in hydration, True Tyndall, and even the scorekeeper, Dwande Jenkins, everybody is needed, Coach, in a championship moment. And for all those people, including the principal, Kellen Bryant, and the AD, Ryan Geiselman, everybody in Kinston's going to celebrate this one together.
They're going to enjoy it. They're going to enjoy it.
Well, we're moments away from the announcement of the outstanding player on each side and then the most valuable player for this contest. Again, somewhat hard to pick from. 21 for Herring, 21 for Washington, 14 for Coates, 10 in the 13 boards for Chambers, and they just announced the head man, and you heard the reception that he received. What a job he's done. Coach Tyndall now grasping that basketball. Nothing for a coach like the satisfaction of closing the deal, right?
All right. He's still coaching. He still has his coaching.
Because coaching is so much more, as you
Yeah,
said, as he
you got
said,
it.
than just what happens
Tell you how to
during,
do it.
during a basketball game. Well, he'll teach them how to hang that latest banner when they get back, too. That's headed for the gym in Kinston.
From Kinston, North Carolina, they're your state champs in this
There's a memorable look at the state champions,
Kinston High School.
the Vikings, in that trademark green. Kinston group, 80-54, a statement type of victory in the state championship environment. And they will take that trophy over for everybody wearing green to enjoy as they celebrate a title. Here come the outstanding player announcements. We talked about what a tremendous season for Walkertown and the Wolfpack.
Oh, yeah.
Much to build on. First team to work their way here. It's going to be remembered as a foundational group. And what an honor this is, as members of the American military are going to be on hand to pass out these awards. What an honor that is to shake hands with those true American heroes.
For Walkertown tonight was number 10.
Members of the Army National Guard on hand to do so. Kind of had an idea it would be him, didn't you, Coach?
Yes,
Keenan
I did.
Grady, double figure performance and another leadership day for him as he battled to the very end.
He did a good job putting the ball in the basket. He really did.
Grady ended up with 17 points, pulled down 9 boards, was one shy of a double-double. He also had a block and a couple of steals today.
Outstanding player, powered by the United States Army National Guard. For the Kinston Vikings.
The outstanding player for Kinston.
Chambers.
I mean, Chambers, the double-double. We showed you his numbers earlier. We'll verbalize them one more time for you. 13 boards, 10 points, a double-double. He had a couple of blocks and a steal as well in 30 minutes of action on the floor for Kinston.
Congratulations, Brennan.
Football player. Gets
Yep.
MVP of the state tournament.
Headed to Marshall, right? And here comes
Played
the
well.
MVP of the entirety of the tournament run, and certainly of what has happened here today. And here comes the announcement.
Is from Kinston High School, and it's number 3, Jamarian Washington.
Jamarian Washington going to be selected. Washington, who led the way with 21 points. He and Herring both reaching that threshold.
Nice
He had
goal.
the 5 assists and also the 5 boards, 4 of which were offensive, that created tremendous opportunities. But a 21-point performer and a leader throughout. The junior, Washington, is the MVP.
I'm very impressed with him. He had great teammates, but very impressed with him.
Well, we show you the final Arthritis Knee Pain Center statistics from this one. Arthritis Knee Pain Center relief without surgery or opioids. And there are the numbers as they finished up. Coach, that shooting percentage tells you everything you need to know, right?
In rebounding. Shooting percentage in rebound tells everything.
They shoot 60% in the game to the victorious Vikings. And, of course, the ready-to-roll garage door points in the paint. Raleigh's garage door experts call them today 64-34. 64 out of 80 in the paint, not too shabby for this Kinston squad when all is said and done. Pleasure to have you alongside. Your final thoughts on what we witnessed here today?
Oh, so it was a great day. And right now, I really feel good for the Kingston team. I mean, because we got a nice team, got kids coming back next year, so he's looking forward to that. I know he is.
Future's bright. They might not be going anywhere.
Exactly right.
Thank you to our sponsors, Riddle & Riddle Injury Lawyers, Air Experts, Heating and Cooling, Tatum & Atkinson, See-Through Construction, Ready to Roll Garage Doors, Arthritis Knee Pain Center, Akeem Anastapulo Law Firm, Paramount Auto, Tip Top Roofing, Original Grills, and Ingalls Markets. Thank you to my broadcast partner, Kevin Cantwell, the ACC and Carolina basketball, North Carolina basketball and beyond lifer. We appreciate his work on these shows. And for everybody in the truck, we'll see you in just a bit when Game 4 of Championship Friday continues. This one goes to Kinston in dominant fashion. The Vikings are champions again. This time on the basketball side, this time in a memorable 2026. Championship Friday in Winston-Salem, North Carolina, on the campus of Wake Forest University in the Old North State, culminates with Reidsville and Salisbury, two powers in athletics in North Carolina. The Rams and the Hornets set to do battle in the 4A men's title game. With that, we welcome you back inside Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum alongside my broadcast partner, Eric Gash. Jason Patterson with you. And Eric, you know a little bit about these championship moments. There is nothing quite like them.
Nothing like it, JP. It starts with tip ball in November and culminates with a 32-minute game to see who's going to hoist that state championship.
Well, think about this. We could really pick the sport, and these two teams could be here, right? Doesn't matter. They've got that kind of athletic prowess because of the athletes they bring to the table. Let's focus in on a couple of those athletes now and walk you through our players to rely on, brought to you by Riddle and Riddle. Who do you highlight? Take me one side and then the other.
Yeah, looking at Deontay Neal, young man is going to UNC Greensboro. Averages about 36 points a game, 9 assists, almost a double-double. Everything begins and ends with that senior point guard.
That's true for Reidsville. When you flip over to Salisbury and you kind of want to pick a Hornet to highlight, you're going with Braylon Taylor.
Braylon Taylor stinging everybody and everything he gets an opportunity to. At 18 points a game, senior shooting guard is looking to bring home that trophy.
That's our Riddle and Riddle players to rely on in this one, though you're going to learn a lot about many of these players. I know you've got it narrowed down to a couple of things on each side that need to happen here, E. Give us your Ingles food for thought.
For Reidsville, they're going to have to limit the turnovers and get the offensive rhythm early. Get the ball to Deontay Neal, get in his hands early so he can get that scoring rhythm going. And for Salisbury, they have to control the tempo of the game, play sound defense, and control that paint, JP.
That's the Ingles food for thought. That stands as the keys to the game. Speaking of the game, we're moments from it. The Rams of Reidsville, the Hornets of Salisbury for a 4A crown in Winston. Next.
The broadcast stream of these championship games is brought to you by Tip Top Roofing, Faith Family Roofing.
Reidsville and Salisbury starting lineups have been announced. A few awards have been handed out. The main award still to be handed out. That's a state championship trophy. There's only room for one. Will it be the Rams or the Hornets? Let's go ahead and take a look at the Rams starting lineup. Going to be Neal, Coughlin Jr., Galloway Jr., Tynes, and Ingram. The Tatum and Atkinson starting lineup for Reidsville.
You know, I'd like to highlight Coughlin Jr., number 2. In their championship, Eastern Championship game, he scored 27 points. So we can look for a big night from that young man tonight.
See if he can roll it over into the state championship environment. We look at the starting lineup for the Hornets. of Salisbury, Perkins, Taylor, Ross, Green, Smith leading them to the charge.
And once again, looking at Perkins, this young man scored 12 points, had about 5 rebounds in their championship game. So looking for the role players, JP, to play a huge role in this championship matchup.
Just about ready to tip it off. A 4A title to be handed out. This is a primetime game on Friday night. Something about Friday night in high school sports, right, Ian?
You gotta love it. You gotta love it. Championship night. And these young men have worked hard all season, and it's going to culminate right here with this championship game, JP.
Two of the great fan bases in North Carolina have packed Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum on this night, ready for action, and the ball is just about to go in the air. One game remains in the 4A season, and we are underway between the Hornets and the Rams. Salisbury controls the tip. First possession of the basketball game will belong to the Salisbury Hornets. Good movement inside, a little turnaround, trying to get it all the way down low. It was there, but a little bit too strong on the delivery from Smith. Here come the Rams.
Yeah, something you really have to control in these championship games, JP. It's going to be your emotions, the adrenaline, and what do you do with all that pent-up energy that you've been storing all day waiting for this game?
Yeah, you can say you crawl off the bus ready to go, but there's a lot to handle in a state championship environment.
It certainly is. You want to keep things as normal and regular as you possibly can to make sure that these young men play at their highest capability.
You know what's not normal? Depth perception in this building. You know what else is not normal? Length of this floor. There's a lot to contend with in a game like this. How about this battle underneath? And Tynes tried to put it back. Somehow it ends up in his hands. Third time it won't go. Away to the Hornets.
I love the big fella Tynes. He's getting after it, and that's going to have to happen when you control the paint, JP. It gives you a lot of second chance opportunities.
And your point about how different this environment is, we're reminded of it in the fact that neither team could score right away. It's a little tougher here right away.
It is, and you mentioned depth perception. The goal looks different. The backdrop looks different. Once again, you're controlling your adrenaline, your emotions. Everything is going to take these first couple of minutes to settle in, but best believe these guys will.
Nice feed underneath and trying to find a window to shoot, but it is not there. Too many white jerseys. The Hornets swarm and turn it aside. Put on the floor, through the paint, too strong off the window, and here come the Rams.
Yeah, Salisbury's doing a good job getting back on defense as well.
Well, that was a three from the Wake Forest logo. Almost went. Our initial look at a potential Paramount auto three-pointer is a little too strong. And finally, everybody gets to catch their breath as we slow it up a bit. Lids on the buckets so far.
It seems so, and you have to breathe, right? That's something that you kind of forget when you're playing these games. You just breathe, relax, and play your game.
Top of the key, and that's a good roll, but it rolls right off the front of that iron. Still nothing on the scoreboard.
Yeah, somebody's going to have to draw first blood here with the first basket, JP. You can see that Neal, number one, he's in range as soon as he steps in the gym, averaging 36 points a game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. The senior point guard, something special. He is the 2025 North Carolina Gatorade Player of the Year in the building on this Friday night. You know, you talk about it, you can prepare for it for a lifetime. You can talk about it for a full season, dating all the way back to the summer. But when you get here and the ball is in the air, a completely different animal.
It certainly is, and you can see right there that there's a lot of tension. You're swarming the ball, and it's like, oh my God, what? Because you don't want to be the one to make a mistake, albeit mistakes happen. You don't want to be the one to make that mistake, JP, and it's going to take these young men just settling down and playing their game.
Sometimes that first bucket will help settle you down. Yep. Coach Ross looking for one right now. He and Coach Perkins, his counterpart on that Hornets bench, both hoping something will fall their way. But that first bucket hard to come by. We're now nearly 3 minutes into this thing, and nobody's been able to find one. There was Neal. They're guarding him closely. Leaves a window for Galloway Jr. It won't fall for him. Back into the hands of Neal. He attacks, and it is disrupted.
Salisbury is playing a great game and controlling that tempo, JP.
Out front to Ross. He gets it to Perkins. Guess what? First bucket going to belong to the Hornets.
And one, it looks like the young man Perkins. Once again, he had 27 in that championship game, and he's making his statement right now, JP.
Getting ready for three the old-fashioned way. You know what they're going to love most about him? He's just in his freshman campaign.
He is amazing. Amazing. This young man has a bright future ahead of him. I'm sure they're thinking to Salisbury, just stay here. You know that he may look to move around or go to another prep school or something like that, but we hope this young man stays right there.
Royce Perkins, who, by the way, also was honored before the game as the Sportsman of the Year, the Farm Bureau Sportsman of the Year, which tells you what kind of young man he is off the floor as well. And he has the first 2 points of the basketball game on either side.
Great defense by Salisbury there. They're playing right into their hands. The game plan is to control the tempo of the game, and another and one opportunity.
Didn't we just see this?
You just saw it.
Perkins with a bucket, and he's going to the line for more. Here come Tatum and Atkinson free throws off this effort.
Yeah, Perkins is just saying, hey, I'm going to control the tempo. I'm taking it to the basket. He plays through the contact and one. He's letting everybody in the building know that's an and one.
Well, with the name Hornets across your chest, or certainly a Hornet on your chest in this case, they're living up to the moniker. They're swarming to the basketball so far in this one.
They certainly are, JP, and that was one of the keys to the game, was control the tempo of the game, play that sound defense, control the paint, and force Reidsville into slowing the game down. Reidsville averages 80 points a game.
This time Perkins made the Tatum and Atkinson free throw, so the and one is paid off, and it is 5-0. Well, it's 5-0 Royce Perkins right now.
There you go. And once again, basketball is it's a game of runs, putting runs together. Right now, Salisbury's playing well on defense. They're getting some quick buckets out front, and there he is, number one.
Just takes one.
There you go, that's all it takes.
3 ball from Deontay Neal. There is the Gatorade Player of the Year, and he has our initial Paramount Auto 3-pointer of the evening. You can check him out at ParamountAuto.com.
Yeah, once again, that young man is in range as soon as he steps in the building. That's some pressure defense right there.
Get the 5-second call. Will break away. First stoppage in Winston. Salisbury with a slight advantage in the early going in a highly anticipated battle with Reidsville for the 4A crown. Reidsville and Salisbury, two of the premier athletic locations in the state. And you can see them on our Original Grills fan cam. Elevate your grill game. Original Grills sponsors our fan cam. They're telling you they want to see these guys wearing rings when the night's done. There's certainly a banner going to be handed out, a trophy headed somebody's way. And you see how much enjoyment there is on a Friday night in Winston on the Original Grills fan cam. Look at Albert Perkins, the Salisbury head coach. We showed you Jason Ross a moment ago. Both these gentlemen with their work cut out for them tonight.
You can best believe it, JP, and they prepared their teams for it. You know, just talking to them during the timeout, I'm sure, just control your emotions, run the offense. You know, if you're Reidsville, you want to get that fella right there in his groove.
Free ball off the mark, but it looked like that went off the fingertips of Blake Smith, so we'll stay with Reidsville. What's the value if we get a substitution here? Should tell you Jaden Jones, the junior's coming into the game. What's the value of that first time out, just for everybody to catch their breath?
Yeah, it gives the coach an opportunity to say, okay, fellas, we've been here. You see the rim, you hear the crowd, you see all the action going on around you. Now let's settle down, settle into our game plan, and play basketball.
Coach Cantwell was talking a little bit earlier tonight. This is laid in beautifully by Jordan Robinson, one of the first off that bench, the junior wing, getting his name in the scorebook right away. Coach Cantwell was talking about the length of the floor being a difference maker, that where you start your defense may be the biggest adjustment because the timeline, the three-point line, it's not where you're used to it being in a high school gym.
And your wind, your lungs, it's going to cost a little bit more energy running up and down this longer court.
Everybody dealing with it, though. We'll see who handles the adjustments best. Quickly up the floor with it, Cawthon Jr. That's grabbed out of the sky by Robinson again. Saves possession, and now we get a whistle. Have not yet introduced you to our officials. They are out of the Boone region of North Carolina. Jeremy Gay, the referee. Irv Green, joined by Todd Badgett. And Daniel Brinkley is the alternate official. And we talk about it a lot. These officials have been given the honor of calling this game. This is the one game they get to call this weekend as a payoff for great work all season long.
Yeah, and it's a testament to them. They're fair, they're balanced. They call a clean game, they let the players play.
Players are doing just that. Certainly the case for Ingram inside. Mario Ingram, the junior, with a bucket.
There you go, settling in. And once again, Reidsville scores 80 points a game, Salisbury about 70. So Salisbury's going to have to continue to control, play that up-tempo, high-pressure defense, and keep Reidsville on their heels.
Blake Smith able to lay it home, and we got a player down. That's Ingram, who had just scored on the other end of the floor. That is a little shaken up, a little slow to get up here after the bucket by Smith.
Yeah, it looks like he may have bumped knees. You hope that's all it is. JP, you don't want to see these kids get hurt.
We've called both of these schools in football over the years when we've been together for championship broadcasts. Don't look now, but there's a touchdown on the board both ways.
Go figure.
7 apiece with 2 minutes remaining in the opening period. A lot of life in this building, too. You notice these fan bases, they know how to cheer on a champion.
That's right. They're well versed in championship games, whether it be in football, basketball, even baseball. They've won a lot.
They know a lot about it. That's an over and back as it was thrown into the back court. So it will be Hornets basketball on the far side. What do you like that you've seen so far?
I like the defense from Salisbury. They had to come in with the game plan. You don't want number one, Neal, to get hot and to get him going, and you're going to work him on both ends of the court. You're going to attack him and make him move his feet on defense and take some of the pressure off of you defensively when he's coming down the court.
And here he comes. Boy, that went everywhere but down for the Hornets that time. And here is Neal. What will the Gatorade Player of the Year opt to do? Corner three. Trying to match his jersey number. Galloway Jr. sees it rim off. Cawthon Jr. gathers his own shot back up. Can't get it to go. But this is not the first time we've seen Tynes battle inside. And it's like there's a lid on the bucket at times. Won't go down through the twine.
I love seeing the big fella get after the boards, man. It reminds me of the round mound of rebound of Charles Barkley. I love it.
And Ross kicks it up top. Green shot won't go. There's the putback. And Smith will go to the line. He draws contact with just under a minute to play in the opening stanza.
Yeah, Smith is he kind of looks like J.R. Reed, from that perspective. Guy played at Carolina a long, long time ago. But this young man is going to have to be big on those boards and control that paint and box out so he's not having to battle with Tynes too much in the middle.
That's quite a comparison from North Carolina.
There you go.
Now, you played in the state championship at the Dean Dome, am I right?
I did.
Talk a little bit about the memories that last a lifetime from a day like that.
I remember the smells. I remember the locker room. I remember the warm-up. I remember every single thing about it. And these are memories that they're going to keep for a lifetime. Not just them, the cheerleaders, the extended community with the teachers, the fans, everybody. They're going to remember this.
It's a community trip, that's for sure. A community effort when you get the job done on a day like this. Final minute of the opening period, and a whistle out top. That's going to be a foul called on Jaden Jones. They're whistling the junior for the first time here with 48.2 to go. Actually, check that. That's going to be 2 on Jones. Both fouls have gone his direction for the Hornets so far. That 3 won't go. Big time rebound for Ross.
Yeah, you got to be thinking if you're Salisbury, things are going right as you plan, throwing a whole lot of bodies at number one and doing that on the other end of the court.
I think that was on the script as well. A Paramount Auto 3-pointer knocked down by Blake Smith. He can score from within and without. 3 the old-fashioned way earlier. 3 the newfangled way here. And there he is again. Tynes fighting for it. Snatched out of the sky eventually by Perkins.
He's just got to keep at it. Those shots will start falling here in a little bit for him.
And that's front of the rim. Final seconds of the first. 3 ball from the corner. Iron too strong. Time to put it right back. Just ahead of the horn for Jordan Robinson. The junior lays one home, and that's going to pull him within one. What a quarter of action to begin things. These two combatants in the 4A ranks off the bus, ready to play. More of our coverage from Riddle and Riddle coming your way as the second quarter begins on the other side of the break. First quarter numbers on the screen for you, brought to you by Arthritis Knee Pain Center. Our Arthritis Knee Pain Center stats come with a reminder that they provide relief without surgery or opioids. That's Arthritis Knee Pain Center. What jumps off the stat sheet at you?
I look at the rebounds right there, 16 to 8. That's double the amount of rebounds for Reedsville, and that's the big fella Tynes hitting the boards and giving them second and third chances on the offensive end.
Well, his work's been done in the paint. Here's how it's worked out in the paint numbers-wise. Our in the paint, ready-to-roll numbers. Brought to you by Ready to Roll Garage Doors. Call Raleigh's Garage Door experts today, ready to roll. And we're ready to roll into the second quarter of action. This Reedsville team that defeated defending 3A state champion Ben L. Smith along the way this year in the MLK Classic at Reedsville, worked their way here through a talented and challenging playoff run. Same thing could be said for Salisbury. They won the Christmas tournament at Catawba, had that entire playoff run, highlighted by the last-second shot at LR to bring them here. They're here now and separated by a single point as we wade into the second quarter. What'd you notice in that first period that you take away? Well, one thing I noticed, they'll shoot it from anywhere. What else you got on your bingo
Number
card
one
right
will
now?
shoot it. Man, he was from the logo almost.
Yes, he was.
And that's what you're going to have to do is to get in that range. Because, you know, one of the keys to the game was to get him in rhythm early. Get him seeing the ball going through the basket early. Because scores like that, man, they're going to get theirs.
So far, 1 of 5 from the field in this contest personally. And as a unit, his crowd, 4 of 19. On the other side, Salisbury 4 of 11 in field goals, as you saw through one period of action. So that's kind of how they're shooting it thus far. But that first quarter always sees the numbers skewed a little bit. They weighed in a little more here in the second. He tries one from a floater in the lane that won't go. And now the Hornets have it again. What were your other takeaways from the first quarter?
Yeah, the defense from Salisbury. They're saying, all right, number one's not going to beat us. And they're keeping him in check. They're playing it's like a 3-2 zone, and they're protecting that three-point line. And, you know, they're giving up some size on the inside, but they're doing that on the other end, and that's going to keep them in this game.
That was your player to watch, Braylon Taylor. He's a Catawba commit. Taylor making some noise here at the 6:45 mark. The lead goes to 12-9. The extent of one possession, the difference right now. Here's Neal. Boy, every time Neal touches the basketball, you see white jerseys converge.
They swarm on him like hornets, like we talked about. And that's what they're going to have to do. In order to win this basketball game, they're going to have to keep Neal in check. He scores 36 points a game, JP. They're going to have to keep this young man under wraps because, as we've seen, he will launch it from the logo.
Darius Green into the contest for Salisbury. And freshly into things and putting this one up, Jordan Robinson on the Reedsville side. And Robinson going to earn his trip to the charity stripe. The see-through construction free throws are coming.
Yeah, I love the challenge. You know, he's going right at the big man, Blake Smith. He's going right into his chest, and we have to watch those fouls. Right now, nobody's in foul trouble, but they're going to have to keep an eye on that, especially for the big fellas in the middle.
First shot rattles down. He connects on the see-through construction free throw. Reminder, at the half, we're going to have the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. You'll hear from Q Tucker, the commissioner of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. First half highlights, stats, a whole lot more coming your way. Air Experts, schedule your tune-up today at airexperts.com, sponsors of our halftime report. The second of those see-through construction free throws off the mark, and here come the Hornets.
Yeah, I love it. They're playing, they're controlling the tempo, they're playing their game, hitting the boards when they need to, and making them pay. That was a great retake there by number 5.
He'll tell everybody that was a pass, right, to the interior, and Darius Green was there. He earns the trip to the line.
There you go. I love the young fella. You know, and they'll teach him, keep that ball high. He's a junior at 6'3", that wing player, but he's hitting those boards hard, and that's going to be the difference in this game, JP.
He knocks down the first see-through construction free throw. See-through construction, your contractor of choice on the OBX. See-through construction sponsoring our free throws here in this second quarter. And the roll not there. The rebound is Smith. Makes it a possession after all for Salisbury. Taken away by who else? There's Neal.
There you go. Neal is going to have to see the ball go through. Quick as a cat.
He found another gear coast to coast to lay it home.
My. Like he wasn't even running that hard. You know what I mean? And he just weaved his way through the defense for the easy bucket.
That's how you end up with the Gatorade symbol by your name.
Exactly right.
Deontay Neal, a snapshot of just what he brings to the table on that last sequence. Pulls Reedsville to within 1. Boy, this game being played in a tight window here in the first half. 5 seconds going to be the call. We got subs coming. That's going to be Ship coming into the game. Nasarima Ship, the senior, into the contest for Salisbury. And not alone, Tyson Broadway, a junior guard, also going to enter for Reedsville.
Yeah, I can't see Neal coming out too much for Reedsville. And if you're Salisbury, you want to keep the defenders fresh and running at Neal.
Well, you know what the thought process is for Coach Ross and company. Neal can rest in the offseason.
That's right.
It's coming after this game one way or the other. I think Mr. Neal would tell you he feels exactly the same way personally. He'll stop and go for it just outside the elbow. That won't fall. Into the hands of Taylor.
Reedsville's getting a lot of second chance opportunities there. That could prove pivotal as the game progresses. But right now with Salisbury, they're playing, they're controlling the tempo and playing right into their game plan.
Well, you've been watching the game on the boards. It is a +5 advantage right now for Reedsville when it comes to rebounding. His team doing a nice job of crashing the boards to this point.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. And once again, you know, you're going to have to slow down number 1 for Reedsville if you're Salisbury, if you really want a chance to win this game. This young man, he can light it up, but Salisbury's doing a great job.
Jonathan Ross works it inbound. Decides to go with it. Down the lane, left side, and this is going to be before the push toward the bucket. A couple of shots coming here. That's going to be charged to 12 Broadway, 3rd team foul, but you see the effort as he worked through for Ross. He goes to the line. He's got the see-through construction free throws coming. First one's good.
There you go. John Ross, this young man, can fill it up as well, JP. He had 12 points in the regional championship game.
One of the senior leaders, by the way. One of 2 seniors along with who else? but Taylor off that Salisbury roster in a leadership standpoint. Of course, Ship is that off the bench, talking about the two in the starting lineup there, of course, initially. You got Johnson off the bench, Hagan off the bench, a couple of other seniors as well. So disruption right there. Perkins going to be whistled for the foul as he was trying to do something with that playmaker.
This young man is as quick as they come, especially off the dribble. Look at him. He's and he almost played through that contact there had he not grabbed his arm, but this young man is quick.
When he decides to go, all the best.
Absolutely.
All the best your direction if he decides to go and you're standing there. It rims off. The first of the see-through construction free throws will not fall. And he's got another one coming. 4.5 left to go in the first half. And Neal, that's his 6th point of the contest as he knocks down this free throw.
Come with a little full court pressure. Salisbury handled it pretty well. Oh, the turnover.
Guess who has it? Neal pushes it up the floor. Beautifully handled. Cawthon Jr. the finish. And there's Neal's court vision for you.
That's exactly right. You see why he was Gatorade Player of the Year. He's quick. He keeps his head up the court and is looking to get his teammates involved.
That was the first bucket for Cawthon Jr. He's going to return the favor. Cawthon Jr. to Neal this time. Same result.
There you go. This young man is like, he doesn't get tired. He's continuing to run. He's playing on both ends of the court, and he's helping his team win so far in this championship match.
He can distribute, he can score. It's the reason why he's the Gatorade Player of the Year. He sees it a go, and this is a whistle that will send us to our timeout in the second quarter. Just under 4 to play in the half. Reidsville and Salisbury trading blows in the title game. Several superlatives to hand out before the day is done. The Akeem Anastapoulo play of the game is coming your way. Don't scream, call Akeem. Dial 800 all sevens. That's the Akeem Anastapoulo play of the game. We'll also select the player of the game. Our Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers player of the game. When justice counts, Riddle and Riddle. And they will be the sponsors of our player of the game. Inbound with just under 4 to play. One possession basketball game. Hasn't that been the case the majority of the way?
It certainly has been.
Everywhere, and then down it goes. Braylon Taylor gets the roll, and he'll go to the line for more.
I love it, JP. They are attacking the basket, right? And they're running right downhill. Look at that. I guess that's a Euro. What do you call that? Is that a Euro step or Euro hop? Whatever it is. It's effective.
The result's an and one.
That's
whatever
right.
The case, call it what you want. He goes to the line for the see-through construction free throw. You know, you look up, and just as it looked like Reidsville may be pulling ahead, all of a sudden, here are the Hornets at the line, a chance to reclaim the lead.
There they go, and there's Braylon Taylor right there, making his presence felt in the paint and at the free throw line.
Braylon Taylor getting the job done by knocking down that see-through construction free throw. Taylor already with 7 in the contest himself. 3.5 to go, opening half. It's been highly entertaining first half of basketball between Reidsville and Salisbury. Neal never shies away. This time the Hornets take it away. all the way up there and just laying it home is Smith.
I thought it was going to be a flush, JP.
I think for a moment he thought it was going to be as well, but he just lays it in for 2 points and a 20-17 lead. It's coming the Hornets' way again. Here's another look at this. It's working.
I love it. They're running the floor. They are creating the tempo, and up goes a big fella above the rim.
Taylor and company setting things up as Perkins brings it up the floor. It goes the other way. Here's Neal. He keeps that alive and lays it home. How about that from Deontay Neal?
That's next level right there.
Can't disrupt him.
That's next level. This young man has got the skill and quickness of a cat. Great body control. He recovers it and takes it for another bucket.
Seems to land upright, just like a cat as well, whatever the situation you bring his way. Hornets looking to respond, they will. Nice one dropped home by Braylon Taylor. 22-19, look who's open on the other end. Quick to Galloway Jr. with a bucket.
And this is a game that Reedsville wants to play. They want it to be a track meet up and down the field. Up and down the court. And so Salisbury is going to have to control that tempo once again. Going right at him. There he is, number 3.
That's Braylon Taylor again. Taylor now pushing toward double figures with his work in this last sequence. It is 24-21, a one-possession basketball game with 2 and change to play in the second. A little push as Cawthon Jr. was trying to work his way to the interior. We're going to get a substitution whistle, and coming back into the game now is Jalen Johnson. Johnson, one of the seniors, standing at 5'8", one of the guards for Salisbury, and that'll allow Darius Green to take a seat. What do you expect from this last 2 minutes of the half?
Well, you know, with that substitution, they lose a little bit of length on the wing on defense, but they add some quickness with the fresh legs. And, they're swarming defense right now, JP.
When you go into that Hornets nest, it's every man for himself. This man doesn't mind. Deontay Neal once again.
Amazing body control. And once again, we see why he was Gatorade Player of the Year right there. Amazing body control and able to get that ball through the bucket.
The separation, just a single point once again with 87 seconds remaining in the half.
Yeah, you just don't know how hard that is to see that young man do that. And look at the expression on his face. It's always the same, stoic, but it's a sharpshooter because this young man is in range as soon as he steps into the gym.
And we appreciate it, Braylon Taylor. He kind of put the ball on his side for a moment. We needed to catch a breath as well. Everybody in the building needing to do so, particularly if he's going to do that.
Great footwork.
He knew it was coming. Taylor says, everybody just stop. I'm about to show you something.
That's right. Great footwork from the young man down inside the paint, getting another bucket.
Well, I think on Taylor, who in this contest has already reached double figures in the first half. 1 minute remaining in Winston in the first half of the 4A title game. And that would not roll home for Jonathan Ross. 43 left to go. Neal tried one. In there with the rebound was Smith. He was trying to spin away out of trouble, and he gets fouled.
I love the battling. I love it, though. Tynes is making his case known for king of the paint. This young man was battling. I absolutely love it. I love seeing the big fellas up and down the court, JP, especially hitting those boards.
Fight it out. You'll probably see more of it as a part of the halftime show. We're going to have the Air Experts Heating and Cooling halftime report. Plenty of such highlights as well. You'll hear from Q Tucker, the commissioner of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association. We'll have the numbers from the first half. They'll be looking at them when they reach the intermission in the locker room, and we'll give them to you as well. All that coming up as part of the Air Experts halftime report. To the line, see-through construction free throws coming. And the first one rattles out on Blake Smith. Smith in this one thus far, 7 points in the contest, which now sits at 26-23 with just over a half minute to play in the second period. He's good on the see-through construction free throw. Neal doesn't need much time to do good work. He's got a half minute to take for a spin. And a quick foul out top, going to be whistled against Jalen Johnson. I believe Johnson just picked up, Well, that's his first personal, 15 foul here, and you know what that means. Neal's going to get a chance at the line.
Going to the free throw line, yeah. But I love the philosophy for Salisbury. They're throwing a defender at him. They're not giving Neal space. And once again, this young man is, has 12, maybe 13 points right now? It's a quiet 13, it seems, JP, but they're throwing everything at him because if he gets going and gets in rhythm, lights out.
You just said it. That was his 13th point he dropped in on the see-through construction free throw. They're going to move Frankie Galloway Jr. into the scenario with 26.6 to go. And Neal knocks another home, giving 14 points in the first half.
They're full court pressure.
Broken by the Hornets. And it's going to be player control. They're going to call an offensive foul.
Yeah, just kind of got overextended there as Smith was going to the bucket. Great defense by Reidsville, but just, stopping them and moving your feet on defense. And, just got that little push.
Makes that tough, too. That's a third on Blake Smith right there, so keep in mind that as we move forward into the second half. You got a sub coming as Reidsville is going to send Carson Dones into the contest. Dones in for the final 17.4 of the half. It is a one-possession game as Reidsville comes up the floor. Looking for the corner, disrupted. Boy, that was all Jones right there. Jaden Jones, the disruption. Hornets trying to hang on to it. Reidsville takes it right back, just ahead of the horn. A pretty good heave from an off-balance scenario. It had them on the edge of their seats here at Lawrence Joel, but it ended up running just shy of the hoop. 27-25 going to be our score at the intermission. Salisbury leading. What an entertaining first half.
It certainly has been, JP. Salisbury hanging in there with the Gatorade Player of the Year in Neal with the bucket right there.
The Air Experts Heating and Air halftime report coming your way next.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Well, hey there, everybody. Thank y'all so much for tuning into the state championship high school basketball games. Joining us is our longstanding partner all the way from Ingalls Markets, Miss Melissa Level. Melissa, are you loving these excellent basketball games?
I love it. What a great season it's been, and the best of the best is right here now on television.
Best of the best is right. Now let's talk about that longstanding and robust partnership between Ingalls and high school championship athletics. What all does that entail?
It's just absolutely wonderful to be able to connect with all the schools within our region. We're in 6 states, and so we have Friday night lights with football, we do basketball, we have softball, even some Olympic style sports, and we go all the way up through college, and then of course some minor leagues. But we just love that high school spirit and the fun with that. A lot of those players work with us. A lot of their parents have a shop at our Ingalls, so it's kind of like a big family coming to watch all of them play, right? So we love that.
We'll love it as well. Melissa, as always, thank you for taking the time to speak with us here today.
Thank you.
All righty. Let's get back to the game, folks.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Championship week is always a special time for high school athletics in North Carolina. Joining us now is NCHSAA Commissioner Q Tucker to talk about what this event means for student athletes across the state. Commissioner Tucker, Championship week is finally here. What does this event mean for the student athletes who have worked all season to get to this stage?
All of the teams that are playing this week are regional champions. And so they entered this week as already a champion. And now they're trying to, put that cherry on the top, so to speak, and go home with a state championship.
This year's championships feature 16 games across 8 classifications for both boys and girls. What went into the decision to structure the championships this way?
A couple of years ago, the membership voted to amend our bylaws so that you could have no more than 64 schools in a classification. Now, it would have been very easy to stop at perhaps 6 classes, but at the rate we've been adding new schools, we would very quickly needed the membership to amend the bylaw again so that we could have more than 64 teams in a class, or we'd have to go ahead and have more classes. So the recommendation to our board of directors was that we go ahead and go to 8 classes, and that would give some flexibility in terms of adding new schools.
How does that expanded format create more opportunities for schools and student athletes across the state?
Because we have more schools that are getting into the playoffs than would have ever been in the playoffs, and they're able to make a deeper run. And that's exciting for those schools as well as for those communities.
For many of these athletes, this is the biggest stage they've ever played on. How does the association work with schools to prepare them for moments like this?
They needed to know, where your team will unload and how you get into the arena, what your dressing room situation will be like. Lawrence Joel Coliseum will be the largest arena they have been in for some of them. And so we just try to make sure that all the nuts and bolts are in place for the coaches to be able to share with the athletes.
When the final buzzer sounds on championship weekend, what do you hope every student athlete walks away remembering about this experience?
We want you to play hard. We want you to play to win, but we want you to do that and have fun so that you walk away and you think, we won, it was great. Or we were runner-up, but it was great. And I had a great time with my teammates. For some of them, it would be the last time that they put on that high school jersey because they're seniors. So we want them to go away with those memories that will last a lifetime.
Commissioner Tucker, thanks for joining us, and congratulations to all the teams competing this week.
Thank you very much.
You're watching the Air Experts Heating and Cooling Halftime Report. Air Experts. Schedule your tune-up today at yourairexperts.com.
Just a bucket separating Salisbury and Reedsville at the intermission, and who knows what the second half holds. Going to be fun to see how it all shakes out. And our pleasure to welcome you back by giving you a look back at some of what we saw in the first half. And Eric, it was a high-paced first half of action.
It certainly was, and there's Deontay Neal getting warmed up, playing on both sides of the ball, offense and defense, and taking it all the way to the rack with the finger rolls.
Take a look at this. Shows you what Reedsville can do. And that was a return of the favor from a long pass from him earlier, and nothing seems to faze him. Talking about
looking at the body control and how he can gather himself and then lay the ball up.
But the Hornets have had an answer for just about everything. It's been their defense really that's grabbed your attention, translating into these offensive moments.
It certainly has, JP. And, you always hear the old adage, defense wins championships, and that's what it's going to take, as well as a lot of that by that young fella right there. Seeing the ball go through the basket on the offensive end and shut down defense on the defensive end.
Yeah, Braylon Taylor was impressive. Here's how the numbers shake out. Our arthritis knee pain center stats heading into the third quarter of action. Relief without surgery or opioids, that's arthritis knee pain center. And what are you watching numbers-wise?
Yeah, you look at three-point shooting. They're both 1 for, 10 for 19, 10 for 31. Reedsville is getting a lot of looks on the offensive end at 10 for 31. So it's telling me that they're hitting the boards hard, and Tynes, the big fellow on the inside, is getting a lot of looks.
We also track the points in the paint for you. Here are ready-to-roll garage doors points in the paint. Call Raleigh's garage door experts today. Not much separation there. In fact, it mirrors the scoreboard, even if it's reversed the other direction.
And I tell you something, JP. Salisbury, I was looking at the keys to the game to control the tempo of the game and play that sound defense. And right now, with Reedsville averaging 80 points a game, they've held them to 25. Right, so that's a point that, we'll just keep an eye on as the game progresses.
So far, so good. We got the third quarter coming your way on the other side of the break from Winston-Salem, North Carolina. Teams breaking the huddle, getting ready to hit the hardwood for one final half of action in the 4A men's season. This contest got underway around 7:30 or so. We're an hour in time-wise. We're a little deeper in than that when it comes to trying to win a championship. Just one half left to settle it. And the Hornets going to have first possession this time around. Taylor starts things off. He looks to the corner, and how about this true stroke? Jonathan Ross, the senior, drains a Paramount Kia of Asheville three. And before we can get the words out of our mouth, there's a shot on the other end.
Already coming down the court.
Here comes Ross again, and he lays one home from within. Ross from without, Ross from within. 5-0 run to start it for the Hornets.
And it's about runs, JP, going on a run. And that big momentum, whose side is it on right now? It seems like coming out of the locker room, Salisbury has it on their side.
That group's still swarming, but this will quiet them just a bit. Paul Cawthon Jr., the sophomore. Yes, you heard us right, the sophomore with the bucket.
Yeah, Cawthon had the game in the championship, the Western Championship. Looking to have another one.
Sorry about that. He matched his first half total right there with the bucket. He had 2 points in the first half, has a couple here to get things started in the third. Here he comes up the floor. If you're wondering about Deontay Neal, 14 points in that first half. He had an assist and a couple of steals as well. And on cue, he fires away from the top of the key, has it rim off, but it stays on this end. Looking for his first points of the second half. Won't fall yet. He wanted a whistle there, didn't get one. And Royce Perkins comes away with it. Albert Perkins looking on, seeing what a good job he's done in this one today. Just underway in the third. Got to ask you about halftime adjustments in this one. What did you expect to see from these two teams? Well, first things first. Look, it's getting a little wild here. Good chance now we've got a gap. Walk me through your halftime adjustments.
Well, if I'm Reedsville, I'm saying, if I'm Coach Ross, I'm like, hey, fellas, we need to pick up the pace. And we see them coming out. They're running the floor a little bit more with Neal pushing the pace, coming down on offense. And Salisbury, it's like, hey, let's keep doing the same thing that we're doing, which we're shutting down on defense. We're playing the game at our tempo, continue to hit the boards, be patient, find your shot, take your time, and see if you can frustrate them a little bit.
Happening at the Tatum and Atkinson free throw line right now. Injured in a car wreck. Call the heavy hitters of Tatum and Atkinson, sponsors of our free throws in this third quarter. Advantage at +5 for the Hornets. It'll stay right there as these Tatum and Atkinson free throws won't fall.
And that comes down to the end game, JP. Those free throws, layups and free throws is going to be the difference in a heavyweight bout such as this.
Such a great point, E. Comes down to that so often in the state championship environments. Baseline's wide open. Can't leave Neal with that kind of space.
No, 5'9", but he plays like he's 6'2" sometimes. He's fearless. He's going to the basket with that great body control, great ball control. He needs to see the ball going through the hoop.
Reigning North Carolina Player of the Year. Is 18 in the contest, and here's a 3 on the other end to answer it. And there's a great look from Blake Smith again.
Speaking of ball going through the hoop, this young man is feeling it.
Paramount Kia Bashful three-pointer. Check them out, ParamountAuto.com. Neal slows things down just a little bit.
Yeah, looking to find some space, probing that defense. Ooh, turnover.
Taken away. Taking care of business himself. And one coming for Braylon Taylor. You know, Taylor charging to the bucket already in double figures from that solid first half, and he's got more here.
Playing pressure defense, playing through the bump, body control, laying it up. There he goes.
That's what a senior leader looks like for the Hornets. And he's got a Tatum and Atkinson free throw coming on the backside of this to match his jersey the old-fashioned way. And think about Taylor to this point. Mentioned the double-digit total in points, 13 of them. He's got a couple of assists. And he's pulled down 6 boards, all of them on the defensive end thus far. And he's good on that free throw.
There you go. Neal's going to have to find his range and start shooting. My philosophy when I coach JP, shoot to get hot, shoot to stay hot.
It's Coffin Jr. doing the shooting right here, and he's going to go to the line for an and-one chance himself. Had to have it as well, Lee. When you look at the scoreboard, Hornets were trying to slide away a bit. This is a valiant, much-needed effort.
Yeah, good plan through the bump. The ball bounces off the top of his head, but you love the enthusiasm from these young student athletes. Good job, young fella.
Right back on the noggin. You don't see that every day. He will go to the line. Tatum and Atkinson free throw coming. And Coffin will hold steady at 8 points. That sets it up for an even larger trip down the floor. That would have been huge had Neal got that to go.
Pressure defense.
And screaming for the basketball was Perkins that time. Just couldn't quite get it to him in time.
There you go. They're settling down, playing their offense.
Taylor, nothing but the twine on a Paramount Kia of Asheville 3.
Throwing his name in the hat for player of the game, JP. Big-time players make big-time plays on big-time stages.
And that gives them a big-time lead. That's double digits now at 41-31. Tossed up into the hands of Taylor. Now they'll have potentially 3 in the other fashion.
This young man here is saying, come on, fellas, jump on my back, I got you.
Braylon Taylor's going to be looking for a 20-point contest after this effort, which will get him to the line.
Yeah, JP, what was interesting, he's running down the court smiling, looking at the defender saying, come on, young man, let's go to the rack. I love it.
Knew exactly what the outcome was going to be, and the Tatum and Atkinson free throw, again, to underscore it, would give him 20 points alongside those 6 rebounds tonight. What a third quarter he's put together.
Yeah, it's looking like Reedsville may need a timeout here as his lead continues to grow, JP.
Twine only needed for this Tatum and Atkinson free throw. He's got 20 tonight, does Taylor.
Largest lead of the night for Salisbury.
You're wondering, he leads everybody as well with those individual totals. Down the paint, boards clean. You said it, high water mark, and they're looking for more.
That's right. Playing their tempo.
Might be a dagger type play right there in terms of the lead they're looking to build. And this is going to be out of bounds far side. Stoppage with 3:41 to play. What a job in this third quarter by Salisbury. They've outscored Reedsville 17-6 since the break as Braylon Taylor leads the way. Here's a look at our original Grills Smile Cam as we welcome you back to Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum in Winston-Salem at the state championships. And all the pageantry you would expect from a high school state championship game on the original Grills Fan Cam. Elevate your grill game. That's original Grills. And you know, also in the building, Juke Harris. He's got to love what he's seeing from the familiar Salisbury Hornets colors in this building, right?
That's right. Point guard for the Wake Forest Demon Deacons is in the house plate at Salisbury. I'm sure he's cheering his team on right now. They are playing inspired, JP, with a 13-point lead right now.
And so many of the athletes that have come through both of these athletic departments over the years looking on, no doubt proud of these next chapters being written. Hornets trying to pull away here in the third, and a mad scramble for it as Deontay Neal disrupted it a little bit. He thought about a three and now gives up the basketball. Teammate driving the baseline, and that gets the roll that Tyson Broadway had hoped for. The junior getting a bucket here in the third.
There you go. Got to get the role players playing right now, JP, because right now Salisbury's taking it to him again.
And that's going to be waved off. This is going to be on the floor. I'm with you. I thought, here we go again with another three the old-fashioned way. Instead, it's going to be waved off. It'll be a foul on the floor. Here's another look at it.
Yeah, Braylon Taylor playing through the bump, JP. This young man is showing tremendous strength and body control as well.
Well, with the new college continuation rule, there would have been no doubt, right?
That's right.
And we get contact underneath, and that's punched away. There you see the head man here for the Demon Deacons, sitting just to our left. Of course, a lot of attention on a number of these players, and their ability has certainly been on display, to play for guys like that at the next level.
Yeah, and what a privilege to be able to play, before an ACC head coach. JP, you can best believe these young men know that he's in the building, and they're putting their best foot forward.
Coach Forbes not far removed from his team, picking up a W in overtime at the ACC tournament this week. Of course, you talk a lot about what's going to happen next level. Obviously, Deontay Neal, as we talked about coming into the week, had been a UNCG commit just down the road to Greensboro here in the Triad, but taking that off the table and everything on the table now. And you know what a fluid situation it is in terms of having options for the college game. And you know, one thing we know, the talent level is certainly there for a number of these players, Eric, to make their mark at the next level.
Yeah, for sure. And we see it, and you just really pull for the young men as they're out here playing their hardest. The young men and the young women playing at the highest level of their division here in the state championship game. You just hope that they do well.
And you saw him bring it up the floor right now. What we've seen from him tonight, he's going to be quite a find for somebody somewhere, and he earns himself a trip to the line on cue.
That's right. You got to believe that he knows that the head coach for Wake Forest is sitting a few people down.
And a number of folks keeping an eye on him from all around the country. He, again, will be quite a find for somebody. The Gatorade Player of the Year from a season ago in North Carolina going to the line here. Tatum and Atkinson free throw coming for the reigning Gatorade North Carolina Player of the Year. He knocks down the first. Well, a reminder, we're going to have the play of the game coming up at the conclusion of the contest, brought to you by Hakeem Anastapulo. Don't scream, call Hakeem. You see the number on your screen, and he's a sponsor of our play of the game. Reedsville's Deontay Neal, just as we're talking about the future for so many of these young men. At the line, showing his ability. He's got 18 points. He's on the doorstep of 20 himself. You know there's already been a 20-point scorer in this game, Braylon Taylor for the Hornets. Adding to his own total this time is Jaden Jones, who lays one off the glass.
Yep. Salisbury pushing the pace in their own way.
It's a college three. That might have been an NBA three when all is said and done. Out front it goes. It's amazing when the line is on the floor. Sometimes you just spot that line. You may not know which one. Particularly with the floor length being a little different for you in a championship environment than a high school gym. A little floater in the lane. Everything Braylon Taylor is putting up is falling, and that rattles home as well.
It's like he's shooting into a swimming pool. You know, everything is going in. This young man is playing.
You are correct. 22 points for Braylon Taylor. Now, you saw what happened right there. A whistle, and here comes the foul call. Look at this contact in the lane. That's going to be on Pregame to first whistle his direction.
I think they're going to be shooting here, JP. I think it's in the bonus.
Well, while they look through this, we'll remind you that the player of the game will be selected at the end of the contest as well. It's brought to you by Riddle and Riddle, when justice counts. Riddle and Riddle, the sponsors of our player of the game. Good candidates for that one already on both sides. You think about the 22 points for Braylon Taylor if it goes Salisbury's way when all is said and done. And then who can forget what Neal has done? He's now a 20-point scorer on the other side with one more bucket in this one, if things go well. And so many individuals who've made their mark on this one, candidates also. And speaking of making their mark, he goes for broke here, and then the foul's going to be called on Cawthon Jr. It's going to be a second personal on Cawthon Jr. It's been a little bit of a different sequence these last few moments.
It has been. It seems that momentum, Big Mo is a fickle thing, JP. Sometimes it's for you, sometimes it's against you. Sometimes he just kind of hangs out and, you know, see who's going to jump on next. But Salisbury is making their case, you know, to push for momentum on their side. As we see Braylon Taylor there making his case for that bucket.
Just when you think old Mo is a friend, so often it turns the other way. Here is Braylon Taylor again, 24, his direction. His team well out front as a result, and that's from distance. That was right at the start of the W
that was
with the
from
Wake
the
Forest
W.
logo. Shots go down like that, you're working toward a W. Inside a minute remaining in the third.
You can see that Neal is trying to find his rhythm on the offensive side. Wow, that's a great take by Ross.
John Ross said, why not? And Neal trying to make something happen as he sees the separation just continue to grow here on the scoreboard.
Yeah, JP, they've averaged 80 points a game, and right now they're 38, you know, about half it. And so you see him, this young man Ross, making his case for play of the game as he plays through the bump up and in.
And kind of used that contact in order to put himself in position. Steadied himself, did the young man, to get the job done. Inside a half minute as these Tatum and Atkinson free throws for Neal become important. Trying to get his team back in the thick of this. I'm with you. You looked at the stats coming into this one in preparation for the game, and you were expecting something in the 70s tonight. Instead, it sits at 52-38, and the 38 is Reedsville's. Now, just now, reaching the 40-point threshold at the end of the third quarter. Three ball, answers it on the other end. John Ross down low, John Ross downtown. Doesn't matter.
That's right. Point over here, just maybe the Wake Forest coach and players. He's pointing at them, letting them know we are in the building.
He knows the contingencies here,
That's
right? And has a Paramount Kia of Asheville three-pointer to remember there. Check them out, ParamountAuto.com, sponsoring our trays in this game. And that was the fourth three ball that Salisbury's, it just updated, the fifth three ball that Salisbury's hit on in 12 tries in this one today. And compare that or contrast that, however you choose to take it, with just 1 for 16 from beyond the arc for Reidsville in this game.
Ooh, JP, and that could prove to be that in free throws. You know, back in the day, it used to be layups and free throws. Now it's three-pointers and free throws, with Reidsville shooting 1 for 16 and Salisbury 5 for 12.
I'm not going to give you the percentages on that, but you know kind of where that sits.
Yeah.
And the point is, if just a few of those had gone down, you're looking potentially at a different ballgame.
Yeah, and all year they have gone down, but this is the biggest stage that they played on.
Gathered up, quick turnaround ahead of the horn, and it's off the glass. Setting the score after 3 at 57-40. How about this third quarter for the Hornets of Salisbury? They double up the Rams, 30-15 in the third, to surge ahead. Look at the numbers from the first 3 quarters of action before we head into the fourth. And boy, the field goal percentage tells the story as we look at the Arthritis Knee Pain Center statistics.
Yeah, Salisbury's doubled them up. They're shooting 60% from the field, and Reidsville's shooting 30%. And most importantly, 41% from three-point percentage, JP.
Relief without surgery or opioids, that's what they provide at Arthritis Knee Pain Center. And here's our points in the paint. Presented by Ready to Roll, Raleigh's garage door experts, ready to roll. You see, even in that category, and in fact, this was a pretty even basketball game at the half. Don't forget, it was 27-25 at the intermission, but Salisbury outscored Reidsville 30-15 in that third quarter.
And we're seeing it now. Look at the smothering defense that they're playing. They're not giving Neal an opportunity to have a clear, clean shot.
When he does, ends up something like this, and the tie-up going to give it to Salisbury as the possession arrow is with the Hornets. Got a sub coming in for Salisbury as well. Blake Smith, the junior's coming back, and Tony Del Pagan taking a seat. We got a substitution for the Rams as well as Demarion Whitted coming into the game. The junior guard seeing some state championship action. Of course, The leader for Salisbury, 26 points for Braylon Taylor. It's in his hands right now. And Taylor, as there's a whistle, that's going to go against Neal. That's just his second personal foul, so 2 on Deontay Neal.
Yeah, and you see coming out of the break that Salisbury is pushing the pace, where Reidsville is trying to, get a full court press into it, but Salisbury broke it no problem. And, they're looking to, nice inbound play there.
Turnaround, front of the iron for Royce Perkins, who was solid earlier. Remember, Royce Perkins had the first 5 points of the basketball game for Salisbury. Of course, Robert Perkins looking on in delight with what his Hornets have done in this one thus far. Look at this putback. Second effort won't go either. Here come the Rams. Got to have something. Need a spurt at this stage as time is wearing thin at the 7-minute mark.
Yeah, this young man's got to get hot right here. He's got to see something going through.
Contact drawn as the whistle is going to go against Blake Smith, it would seem. Let's make that official. Actually, check that. It's going to be on John Ross this time. A third personal on Ross.
That could be pivotal right now. Ross has got 12 points and 5 rebounds. And so this young man right here, Neal, is going to have to get something going, put his team on his back.
3 on Ross, 4 on Blake Smith when you're watching the foul trouble situation for Salisbury. And right now, Jason Ross trying to find something. The Ross on the Rams side of things at the helm of this program, trying to find something that can spark his team. It's likely to come, as you said, from this guy who does good work from the see-through construction free throw line. Your contractor of choice on the OBX see-through construction. And then a foul is called as there's a collision with Whitted, who came into the game moments ago. 7 minutes. How do you have to kind of chop this up in your mind if you're Reidsville right now, E?
Well, you can see that they're trying to push the pace with some full court pressure on defense and trying to run up and down the court as well on offense. And Neal has got to get hot. I mean, they've leaned on him all year. As we see, he averages 35 points. Coughlin Jr. averages 22 points. If he's not hot, if those two aren't hot, then Reidsville's going to be in trouble. They got to see the ball going through the hoop.
But you almost have to take it in bite-sized chunks at this point. Give yourself a benchmark. By the 5-minute mark, we want to be here. By the 3-minute mark, we want to be here. It happens one bucket at a time. It happens one bucket at a time.
It's going to be that young man putting the Rams on his back, saying, let's go, fellas. We got 1 game left. And we see he attacks the rim. Tremendous hang time. He's 5'9". He can hang in the air, it seems like, all day. Cat-like quickness, great body control. He puts the ball in the hole.
At this point, they've got 6 minutes and 40 seconds left in the season. He goes to the line for the N1 opportunity. A see-through construction free throw. Got to have them, every one of them now, and he nails it. Takes it to 12. The lead 12 with 6:38 to play.
Yeah, they got to get some stops, Reidsville, on defense, or at least try and turn Salisbury over, because Salisbury's playing their pace and their tempo right now.
Neal just hit the quarter-century mark, by the way, if you're keeping track. 25 for him, 26 for Braylon Taylor. Those two have been special for their respective teams.
They certainly have been, and here we go right now. We're getting down to the end game. Last 3.5, 4 minutes of the game, JP, is where you really, really need to hone in on your game plan, whether it be stifling defense, pushing the pace on offense. But they have to stop that. Reidsville has to stop that, or Salisbury is going to take this game.
I believe those were your 2 players to rely on, and here Taylor was involved in the assist as he created that bucket. I think those were your 2 players to rely on coming in. They have been as advertised. That's going to go to the other end of the floor, and every possession difficult for Reidsville right now if something positive doesn't happen. That's going to be on Coughlin, and that's his 3rd. So Coughlin picking up a 3rd personal. And a 4th team foul at the 6:05 mark. 59-45, and a timeout taken by Reidsville to talk over the hill they must climb the rest of the way.
Yeah, and you can see Neal really trying to insert his dominance on this game by taking the drives, and he's getting pretty good looks. Salisbury has him well outside of that arch, and, we saw it. When they're going the opposite with the way of the F on the Wake Forest, he's taking shots from the F. Coming back, he's taking them off the W. They're just not going in right now. But JP, let me tell you something. If those shots start to fall, watch for Reidsville to make a run.
Yeah, could be the difference maker down the stretch. 6 minutes and change remaining. Plenty of pressure from Reidsville. Hornets breaking. Left side of the lane. And nothing contacted there, so it will be Reidsville ball. That's a positive for the Rams, but they've got work to do.
They do. They're going to have to, get half a dozen more stops, but they have to see the ball going through the rim on the other end. Neal has got to get that going.
Dones coming back into the contest. First and Dones. That inbound by Broadway, who looked like he was dodging a bullet there for a moment on that pass coming right by him. He may have heard the wind off of it. It ends up being a positive possession for his team. Cawthon Jr. makes it so. 12 again. But trouble is, that number 12, Jones, lays home a bucket. They can't afford to continue to trade him with Salisbury.
No, you're exactly right. They can't trade. Salisbury has too much of a lead for them to trade buckets.
Swatted away, gathered up by Dones. What a nice job to save possession momentarily. And Neal laying it all on the floor.
Love the hustle.
2-on-1. And the foul is drawn. 5:11 to play.
Yeah, Taylor playing through that contact. I love it. Take it right to the chest, took it right to the rim.
Braylon Taylor is on the free throw line. He has 26 points to lead all scorers. And with that see-through construction free throw, you can make it 27. Your contractor of choice on the OBX, that see-through construction, sponsoring our free throws. Into the contest, Frankie Galloway Jr. John Ross also into the contest as Jones takes a seat. And Reidsville looks up the floor. Closing in on 5 minutes to go. Cawthon Jr. He's going to attack. Little stop pop, a little too strong. Boards clean by John Ross.
Yeah, they're going to have to get some more turnovers.
That was disrupted by Robinson, and here's Neal to lay it in. Just like that, they pull a little closer at the 4:40 mark. Boy, nearly a turnover. You saw the eyes of Tyson Broadway get larger and larger. He just couldn't quite grab the handle before it went out of bounds.
Yeah, you're starting to see a little bit of fatigue. Some lazy passes there and good cut through the lane there for the Rams.
Timeout. Of course, advantage at 62-49 with 4:36 to play. Rams utilizing the opportunity to talk it over. He's been talking it over with a number of folks surrounding him. There's the head coach of the Wake Forest Demon Deacons.
Yeah, look at that. He's just making his case known, just talking basketball. And the coaches absolutely love it. Talking to some of his players right there, just into the game, watching. Sure, he's not coaching any sort of coaching, JP, but, he's really in tune as to what's going on. Possibly he could be seeing some of these players on his team next.
And he coaches a guy who once wore those colors,
That's
right? His field general, his court general, his point guard, hailing from Salisbury, has to be pleased with what he's seen. We saw Juke Harris a little bit earlier tonight. Of course, Deacons successful in an overtime thriller at the ACC tournament a little earlier this week as they advance past the Virginia Tech Hokies. Of course, ACC tournament action continues. And, connections to this building in that vein tonight as well. Dave Odom's name hangs in the rafters. His son, Ryan Odom, the head coach of the Virginia Cavaliers, now going head-to-head with Miami as we speak, trying to punch a ticket into the championship of the ACC. Just down the road in Charlotte, Clemson and Duke play a little later tonight for that second spot in the ACC championship tomorrow evening. Of course, we got a full day of high school championships coming your way, and a busy basketball weekend in North Carolina all day tomorrow as well. This guy's been busy. That's the latest of Braylon Taylor's buckets in this game. And he is closing in on 30 in the contest.
Certainly is. You want to have your biggest game in the biggest moment. This right here does not get any bigger than this championship game.
When you think about all the great players, you can invoke some of those Demon Deacon's connections and numbers, and you look up and you see the names in the rafters, and you think about making your mark with a 3 like this in a place like this. It's something these kids remember for a lifetime. That's the latest of our Paramount Key of Asheville 3s. I mean, you look up in the rafters, you got Tim Duncan and Randolph Childress and Rodney Rogers, Muggsy Bogues, Chris Paul, Howard. I mean, it goes on and on.
Yeah.
Those who made their mark on this Wake Forest program. How special for these kids to play in this environment tonight.
For sure, and to have their best game. And Reidsville's trying to make their case for it as they push the pace and almost an and one, playing through the contact there.
Boy, the Hornets have had an answer for everything Reidsville has provided tonight.
They certainly have.
Timeout is on the floor with 3:31 to go in the 4A championship game. We'll take it as well. Hornets of Salisbury, they're closing in on it. Still a lot of basketball to be played here in Winston-Salem. Well, an advantage of 12 with 3:31 to play. Salisbury using a dominant third quarter. You know, Reidsville has won the fourth here, 12-7, but it was that 30-15 split when they doubled up Reidsville in the third quarter that has put the Hornets on the doorstep here.
And they are on that doorstep, JP. They're up 12 with 3.5 to play. They're going to have to keep playing that same defense. They've been playing that zone, kind of like a match zone, and protecting that three-point line, because if number one for Reidsville gets hot, this game could change drastically.
Here is Ross at the line, ready for a see-through construction free throw chance. Ross, who in this one tonight has reached double figures, got 12 points, 6 boards, couple of assists, a block, and 3 steals. That's a pretty good night for this young man.
It certainly is. He's doing a great job. He's doing a great job. And the role players for Salisbury really stepping up. 13 points, 29, 11. Make it 14 points for Mr. Ross there. Doing a great job.
Got a trio in double figures. That'll get your attention right away. So playing the little, we're going to run off and hide and not let you catch us with Reidsville to this point. Neal trying desperately to make something happen, and that is last touched. So it's going to stay on this end of the floor.
Yeah, you can see it, JP. He's really working hard to get an open shot, chasing those loose balls, trying to get his feet set to shoot up a three.
Keontae Neal has scored 27 tonight. So pulled down a trio of boards along the way and served to distribute a handful of times with an assist and 3 steals. An impressive performer in this one. 3 just won't go. This will.
There it is, a big fella.
Jamming it home, Blake Smith. We may look back and find this was the exclamation point if the Hornets hang on. 2:50 to play. Certainly brought him to life here in Lawrence.
Yeah, you gotta love it, JP. Great look at Ross with the outlet. Looking up court. He's gonna bounce pass and rocking the rim, the big fella. I love it. Coming right at you. There's Neal, trying to get something going, JP. He's played every second of this game.
Yeah, Neal going to be out there until it all ends, that's for sure. He's got 27 as he gets ready to go to the line for a see-through construction free throw here. Whitted coming into the contest as Frankie Galloway Jr. takes a seat. And John Ross, having just picked up number 5, had a valiant night, 14 points. We talked about it. Had 3 steals, a couple of assists, and a block. And that'll do it for that young man. Nothing but his best effort in the state championship environment. Same thing can be said for Neal, who knocks down the first of the see-through construction free throws. Here comes his second.
And you hear the crowd coming alive. JP is getting down to the end game. 2 minutes and 50 seconds to go. It's about to get tight.
Neal makes the free throw. You can give him 29 in the contest. And despite his best efforts, Hornets remain in command by 14 with just under 3 to play. Reedsville fans trying to implore their team to rise up as well. Stranger things have happened,
That's
but
right.
you got to love Salisbury's spot right now.
Yeah, you got to love their spot because they're playing that solid defense. And once again, defense travels. I don't care what sport you're playing, defense travels, JP. And when you're tired and fatigued, all those wind sprints and stair laps that you ran, it comes into play right here, right now. And if I'm the coach on both of these teams, I'm saying, listen, fellas, 2 minutes and 50 seconds of all you have. Everything, lay it out right here, like these young men have been doing all year, but especially tonight.
What one of the coaches tell us earlier in the week, we talked about it a little bit earlier today, you cannot go any further. This is as far as you can go. Be your best in these moments. Well, here's a 3-minute sprint to just that with a separation at 14. You know, you can't help but look back at that third quarter. They outscored them by 15, doubling them up. The lead 14 right now.
Yep, that's right. They came out and they inserted their will on. They executed their game plan and made sure that number 1 wasn't going to hurt them. You know, you're not going to stop them. Just try and contain them the best you can.
And that third quarter is the difference in the basketball game right now. Here's the inbound for the Hornets. They break the press. Green in the front court. Smith slicing through is Perkins. And Royce Perkins has got an and one coming. Remember, Royce Perkins got it all started when scoring was so hard to come by early. He had the first 5 points. He's got the latest as well.
Yeah, I love it. Big fella running the floor, just putting the ball in that square, it goes in every time.
We're wondering about his total on this night for Salisbury. He just added to those 5 for the first time in the contest. 2 more at least, as the front of the iron is what the see-through construction free throw finds. Just over 2.5 to play. And the lead 16.
Oh, wow.
It may be 13 if Neal can connect on the and one that's coming.
He switched that in midair with his left hand. Look at him as he's attacking the rim. He jumps through. That was almost Jordan-esque, dare I say, JP. Great body control. Once again, we're seeing this Gatorade Player of the Year doing.
Well, just look on his right shoulder there. Just got to look no further. You see the insignia. He's keeping his team in it with a 32-point performance tonight, but they trail by 13 with 2.5 to play. Timeout being called for. Hornets every possession key right now. Remember, no shot clock in high school athletics in North Carolina, so it's a matter of urgency for Reedsville to make sure that they don't allow Salisbury to play keep away here.
Yeah, the clock is not their friend. And, you know, being down 13 with 2:25 to play, JP, you can almost feel that tense time saying, hey, we got to pick it up right now. We've got to stop them, being the Hornets on the offensive end, and translate that in. I know you want some threes, but you got to see the ball going through the bucket.
If you had been told before we sat down here only one of these teams was going to get to 70, and that may not be the case, we'll see. But be hard-pressed to discover that Reedsville had been held down the way they were in the early stages of this game.
Yeah, and once again, it comes down to that defensive pressure. You know, playing that fundamentally sound defense, staying disciplined, staying in front of the ball, running through the passing lanes, boxing out on both ends of the floor, limiting those second chance points for Reedsville, and they've done a great job doing that.
2:25 to go in this fourth period. 70-57, and the Hornets out front with the basketball. movement through for Darius Green. And the junior, that's his first field goal of the night, picked quite a time for it.
That was a nice floater. And that ball went halfway in for Neal and came right back out. He's doing everything he can to see the ball go through the hole, JP. Just not falling for him right now.
Dips inside, 2 minutes to play. Hornets poised for a celebration. And they keep on firing on all cylinders. There's Royce Perkins again. He's had a couple of buckets here in the fourth quarter. And it keeps Reidsville at arm's length. There's going to be a foul called here on Jones. That is his fourth. And with 1:45 to play, the clock stops with Neal going to the line.
Yeah, Neal baited him in on that one, JP. Pump fake, got him up in the air and just kind of leaned into him. And it almost went in. I mean, this guy knows exactly where the rim is.
And a short trip on I-85 may be all that's required with this championship trophy. You think about 74-58, things looking really strong for Salisbury right now. Into the contest, Chris Smith, a senior. Smith, that Farm Bureau Sportsman Award recipient on the Reidsville side. A little bit earlier tonight, we told you Royce Perkins was that for Salisbury. Both seeing action in the state title game. Taylor seen plenty of action in the state title game. And now trying to put this back up is Blake Smith, and he'll be fouled. 93 seconds left in the game.
Yeah, that's still hitting the boards, still crashing. I love the energy that Salisbury has had on the defensive and offensive boards all night, JP.
Well, it led them to a 10-9 separation after one quarter. They outscored Reidsville 17-16 in the second quarter, led by 2 at the half. Then it was a 30-15 split in the third, and the rest is history, as it's now 74-58 with these see-through construction free throws being taken by Blake Smith. He's good. Well, I say that, rattled out on the second, and Reidsville up the floor quickly. 90 seconds to play. Got to have some threes now. That one won't go. Put back will. A bucket underneath by Jordan Robinson. And the clock stops with 1:22 to go, but the math is very difficult now.
It is, JP, and once again, if Reidsville's not able to make stops on the defensive end for Salisbury, Salisbury's happy to continue to trade buckets because it means they're going to be hoisting that trophy in 1 minute and 22 seconds.
How about this season for Salisbury when you think about what they've been able to put together? This Hornets team this year coming in here 23-7. We talked about, you know, they were able to win the Christmas tournament at Catawba, the entire playoff run highlighted by, you know, it took a last second shot. Won't require that kind of magic here. It did at LR this time around. They have quite the celebration created with 1:22 to play, but a championship moment is the culmination of a pretty special year.
It is, and you know, you work so hard for it, and you start out at the beginning of the year. Like I said, that first ball tip is in November, and you work toward this time, this stage, the biggest stage in our state, you know, for this classification, 4A men's, and this is what you live for. These seniors will remember this for the rest of their lives, and the juniors, sophomores, and freshmen, they'll fight to get back to this moment so they can make their own memories.
1:22 separating the Hornets. It's the right kind of mascot in this state, right? From what would be a championship. Quickly up the floor. Perkins, he gets the roll. Had one thing on his mind. Pays off.
Certainly was. They can't continue to trade. Yeah.
Well, high off the glass for Neal. He's just trying anything right now. And he's stepped on the out-of-bounds line. That'll be a turnover, going to be into the hands of Perkins and company again, as we're about to close in on 1 minute to play.
I love it. Taylor says, give me the ball. I want it.
Perkins pushes it into the front court. And that is a picture of what the night has been for the Salisbury Hornets as this one rolls home with inside a minute to play.
Yeah, you can almost taste it, JP, as they break the press coming down the court. Yeah, just a little alley-oop, unconventional, but hey, it equals the same 2 points as if it were a dunk, a layup.
Jaden Jones, he knocks home the see-through construction free throw to complete the three-point play. And it is Salisbury now on the doorstep of 80 points with just under a minute to go. This rolled out into the grasp of Neal. Neal, been what you would want tonight, 33 points in the game. And he tries to add to it. He'll do so from the charity stripe. As the foul. No, looks like they scored the bucket, so an and one chance coming. Let's give another look at this.
Yeah, just drive down the lane, playing through the contact. Little old school finger roll there for the young fella. And, you know, he's at the free throw line once again. High score of the game.
Royce Perkins said, "You got to be kidding me." A lot of people around the state have said that with this guy on the other side.
Indeed, they have.
Over the last couple of years. Gatorade Player of the Year from 25, giving his very best effort in Carolina. But that is the exclamation point.
Yes, it is.
Blake Smith jams it home with just over 40 seconds to go, and the Hornets are poised to celebrate a title.
That was awesome exclamation point on the night. Great enthusiasm, great hops by the young fella.
Neal has 38. He may very well get to 40 depending upon what happens on this trip down the floor. But it's this group of Hornets making noise in Winston-Salem.
Yep, Taylor with the assist to the big fella Smith, the 6'5 junior, slamming it home right there as he hangs on the rim and gets a little excited for his teammate. Look at that. Yeah, I love it.
Swarming out of the hive from the very beginning in this one. The Hornets have Taylor with 29. 14 for Ross, 15 for Smith, now 11 for Perkins. That quartet in double figures in this one. And Smith with those 15, he's a board away from a double-double, and the Reedsville faithful stand to their feet as Deontay Neal is lifted from the basketball game with a 38-point effort. He left everything on the floor to the senior.
Yes, he did, JP. You can't fault him for that. You know, the emotions are just now starting to sink in.
And you know what you love? Salisbury fans on their feet applauding as well. They saw one of the great efforts in championship history tonight. It's going to come up a little short. This effort from Frankie Galloway Jr. on the Paramount Kia of Asheville three-pointer will as well, because Salisbury, with a dominant third quarter, is putting the finishing touches with this bucket from Jalen Johnson on a championship season. Final seconds roll off. State of North Carolina belongs to the Hornets. Salisbury, your 4A champions for 2025-2026.
Oh, you love it, and there he is. You see the former Salisbury point guard, now the Wake Forest point guard, Juke Harris out there talking to his team. I love it.
He's made his marks in their building, in this building, and his team, his teammates, his comrades making their mark in Lawrence Joel Veterans Memorial Coliseum now as well. It's a Hornets championship in 26. We'll be back for the trophy presentation, put the finishing touches on this one. 83-68 the final. Salisbury, your champions. The Salisbury Hornets were swarming from the very beginning of this one, but it was their dominant third quarter in which they doubled up Reidsville that allowed them to pull away for a 4A state championship. And Coach Perkins joins us now. First of all, congratulations on a tremendous night and a tremendous championship season.
Thank you so much.
Walk us through what you will remember about this group. What is it that made this edition of Salisbury's basketball team so special in your eyes?
Well, part of it is I had Braylon Taylor with me. He's been one of the main guys for 3 years now. It's great to see him, his development, the way he has grown as a young man, and then to do it on this stage. All the guys, man, Salisbury needed this. So it was just great that all of the kids over there, that group, that's a special group of kids, and they needed this. They needed this.
He certainly had quite a night for you tonight, and all the surrounding cast, everything you would expect him to be as well.
Hey, Coach, and I got to ask you, what's been the message for your team this entire season? What's been your main focus?
Stay together. The main thing is just we set our goals at the beginning of the year, and I said stay together. You stay together, we'll do it. Whatever is happening, any adversity, stay together, and that's the way it's been. Just hard work and effort. Hard work and effort.
Yeah, what does this championship say about the character of this team, Coach?
That they're a resilient group and can play any type of basketball and gonna go on into life and do some great things. That's what it's gonna say about this group.
What happens off the floor, more important even than what happens on the floor, but I know you're proud of them on both fronts. You mentioned how much this is gonna mean to Salisbury, Coach. Walk us through what the celebration is gonna be like when you bring the trophy and the banner home.
I can't even imagine right now. I know it's been since 1986, 87, since getting back to a championship and then winning it. I think the city's gonna go crazy. I hope in a good way. In a good way, I would imagine that there's gonna be a parade. But Rowan County is a great county. Salisbury is a great city, and I can't really even put it all into words right now.
Well, whatever your celebration is going to be, make sure you slow it down and enjoy it. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
All right, that's the head man for the Salisbury Hornets, who, as Eric said many times throughout the course of this one, and we kind of alluded to early on, they were swarming, and I go back to that third quarter. Speaks to the character of this team that you were talking about, that they came out in a one-possession basketball game, outscored their opponent 30-14, and cruised on toward victory.
Yeah, you know when you're playing against the Gatorade Player of the Year, that defense is going to have to be paramount. You're going to have to focus on that, and they did it. They played sound, solid defense all game. They didn't give Neal an opportunity to breathe. They always had somebody in his face, and he worked for every point that he had, but he did a great job as well. But, you know, hats off to Salisbury, and they swarmed like their mascot, like the Hornets, and congratulations to Coach Perkins.
Yeah, certainly. You can tell what a guy he is and what a team this was for him this year. Let's look at some of the superlatives from this one. We begin with our play of the game, brought to you by Akeem Anastapoulo. And you probably know who's going to be involved. You're going to see a lot of number 3 in these superlatives. Braylon Taylor with one of his better efforts.
Yeah, playing through the contact. He was our player to watch. This young man, he outkicked his coverage on this game. He scored, almost 30 points, over 30 points. Congrats to that young fella.
Might as well just keep the camera on him when we turn to the Riddle and Riddle player of the game. That's because when you look at his overall numbers, well, he was everything you could have wanted and a whole lot more. 29 points in the contest, pulled down 7 boards, had 4 assists, and stole the ball away a couple of times in his own right. He's our Riddle and Riddle player of the game.
Well deserved. He controlled the tempo of the game. He imposed and enforced his will. If he's not scoring, he's giving an assist. He's playing hard on defense. He's attacking the basket. He's boxing out. He's getting rebounds. Congratulations to Braylon Taylor, our player of the game.
You know, you want your seniors to lead you when you get here. He certainly did that as a senior in this group. And Coach said the fact that he was able to be with him, one of the great memories of this season. He, Ross, the other senior, who put together quite an effort before he departed. Those 2 seniors in the starting lineup. You've got Ship, you've got Johnson, also seniors coming off the bench with Pregame. So many individuals who made their mark. Hey, let's take a moment and pause and tip our caps to Reidsville as well. The Rams with a tremendous campaign. You know, you're an East or a West champion getting here. We always talk about that. And it's a season you'll remember because you played for a state title.
That's exactly right. And they had on the back of their jerseys, did Reidsville, hashtag Ville made. It's title town. You know, if it's not football, it's basketball, it's baseball. They're always playing for state championships. Nothing to hang their head about. They did a fantastic job to make it here and played an outstanding game.
No reason to believe there won't be future opportunities for those Rams wearing those colors. And now the attention turns to the Salisbury Hornets, who are about to be handed out their awards. And we're going to hear in just a few moments the most outstanding player, the MVP of the tournament. I mean, so many that were a part of this thing. And they're going to go down the roster here. And it starts with Jonathan Ross. You're going to hear Braylon Taylor's name, Blake Smith, Darius Green, Royce Perkins. Of course, we called Nasarima Ship's name, Marquise Sagridi, Quincy Woods, Jaden Jones, Jalen Johnson, Mont Green, Jordan White, Tony Del Pagan. That's the entire group. That's everybody that contributed at some point across the course of the year and across the way this season. And it takes everybody if you're going to have a moment like this.
It certainly does. And, you know, and we don't talk a whole lot about the coaches. We don't talk a lot about the administration, about the teachers, about the training staff. It takes a village to get a team healthy to this level to play in this game, so hats off to all of them.
Well, let's do that. The principal, Fran Gant, the AD, Carson Herndon for Salisbury. You think about the rest of that staff with Coach Perkins. He's put together Horatio Everhart, Gregory Tinsley, Kobe Funderburg. You've got the trainer, Olivia Meredith. I mean, everybody involved in making it happen from a standpoint of the positives that are necessary in order to will these young men on towards success.
And not to mention the mamas and the daddies that carry them to and from game practice and follow them to the games and prepare meals, pregame meals, postgame meals, all the AAU ball and the practice. Hats off to moms and dads all around that community that carried these young men and supported them to get them to this point to win a state championship.
We also talked to Azariah Walker, one of the managers, a little prior to the game. So many individuals who do so many things to make it possible. And a 24-win campaign for Coach Albert Perkins and his squad. This one going to be remembered for a long time. You know, when you got to reach all the way back to the 80s, the last time you were in this kind of environment from a basketball standpoint, yes, they've had other athletic success, but it's a special championship when you have to wait decades between them.
It certainly is, and you can just hear the emotion and the passion in Coach Perkins' voice, how much it really means, not just to the team, but to him. They have built memories, you know, for this entire season. They're going to remember it for the rest of their lives, and they'll always think back, hey, y'all remember when Juke Harris watched us win the state championship on his home court.
Yeah, these Hornets are champions, writing the latest chapter in Salisbury's history. Yeah, you think about tremendous players like that go on to have amazing college careers that don't necessarily always experience environments like this. It speaks to how special it is when you can come and be a part of one of these. You've done that, and you said it earlier in the game, but it's something that sticks with you, with your family, with your community forever.
Forever. And, JP, they're going to get a championship ring 20 years from now. They're going to talk about where they were, what the sound was like, the bus ride over here, the bus ride home, the parade, as Coach Perkins talked about, if they have, and what it really meant to that community. And they're going to show it off, and it's going to be a point of pride and conversation for the rest of their lives.
One of the great historic cities in North Carolina. Presidents of the United States have rolled through there with law offices and other things along the way when you talk about their history. And it has been quite an environment for athletics as well, and this is the latest of the basketball glory moments for the Hornets of Salisbury. And you see these coaches and staff members now being rewarded with the medal around their necks, and it is a job well done. You talk about tipping it off in the fall, but think about the summer workouts. And we had players tell us this week in preparation for these games, yeah, when everybody else is going to the pool in the summer, you're working out, you're preparing for this. This, what you're watching, is the payoff. Here comes the head man, Coach Perkins, going to be awarded his medal. You could tell in the time with him too, one of the great genuine individuals in this sport, and a well-deserved moment for him.
Congrats to Coach Perkins. Once again, you know, he's a leader of young men. They're going to remember this for the rest of their lives. They're going to have stories to tell their kids and grandkids, and it couldn't happen to a better community, a better coach, and a better organization than the Salisbury Hornets.
Well, they got a banner to hang. When they get back to Salisbury, that much is sure. Always interesting to kind of think about what happens on the bus with that trophy and that banner and some of those items that are priceless to the community that is waiting to see it. Those who didn't make the trip. If there was anybody left in Salisbury tonight, they'll be waiting to see them when they get there. Here's the trophy presentation. Team going to gather it up, and the faithful snapping those photos to capture the moments and the memories. All right, here's the presentation of our Outstanding Player Awards on each side. I think we've got a pretty good idea who the individuals are going to be in this case.
Please welcome from the Army National Guard representatives,
And
Sergeant Rose and Sergeant Thompson.
Pleasure for these young men as well. Some true American heroes, those who defend the country at home and abroad, to hand out these awards on behalf of the state of North Carolina and the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
For the Reedsville Rams was number 1, Deontay Neal.
You might have suspected his name would be called in this instance. 38 points when he was finally pulled off the floor to an ovation from both sides in this one. Deontay Neal, the reigning Gatorade Player of the Year, is going to have a little more hardware to go in his trophy case.
I'm sure he's got 1 or 2 trophies that line the walls and trophy case of his home, JP. But yeah, he's got a bright future ahead of him at the next level.
And he battled tonight in terms of basketball, at least, when you see that image of him on the screen. Guy who's going to be interesting to see where he lands. We said it, had that commitment to be close by in Greensboro, taken off the table, we're told, perhaps this week. So that'll be interesting to see how things shake out in his future. Quite a future, great potential. Here's Jonathan Ross. You remember the day he put together. He's going to join, no doubt, Braylon Taylor as the 2 seniors in the starting lineup who are recognized here.
Yeah, and well-deserved. He played his heart out. He shot threes. He hit the boards. He's dishing out assists. So good job for that young fella, Mr. Ross.
Well, here comes the announcement of the most valuable player in this tournament. In memory of Charlie Adams, the director of the North Carolina High School Athletic Association, has this honor named for him.
It's from the Salisbury Hornets, and it's number 3.
No real drama here. The senior Braylon Taylor will walk toward the table to accept his MVP award.
Well earned. That young man played his absolute heart out. Good job. Congratulations to Braylon. He was our player to watch, and we watched this young man lead his school to a state championship.
It was awful fun to watch these 2 players in this contest tonight. One more look at the numbers for you. Our Arthritis Knee Pain Center final stats. Arthritis Knee Pain Center, relief without surgery or opioids. They'll take care of you, and they took care of business on this floor tonight, these 4A combatants. The numbers speak for themselves.
They sure do, and the most important number is that one at the top, the score. Salisbury took it home 83-68 over the Reedsville Rams.
And one final look at our ready-to-roll garage doors. Points in the paint. Call Raleigh's garage door experts today. They're ready to roll. These teams were 50-42 the split. Salisbury winning that category like so many categories as they claim the state championship this season. Big thank you to all of our sponsors, Riddle and Riddle Injury Lawyers, Air Experts Heating and Cooling, Tatum and Atkinson, See-Through Construction, Ready to Roll Garage Doors, Arthritis Knee Pain Center, Hakeem and Astapulo Law Firm, Paramount Auto, Tip Top Roofing, Original Grills, and Ingalls Markets. From our broadcast partners today, Eric Gash, Kevin Cantwell earlier, for everybody working hard for you in the truck here in Winston and beyond. Jason Patterson saying, hope you've enjoyed your Friday. A lot more championship basketball coming when you see you at high noon tomorrow. Tonight, it's the Hornets taking the state of North Carolina by swarm.
Since my boots first hit these streets, had to scratch and claw, made me hard to beat.